directed towards supporting the private sector. In particular, government is investing back in ATMs and enablers largely driven by the private sector. In addition, part of this borrowing is directed towards providing direct affordable credit lines to the private sector, which they would otherwise not access through the commercial banks. For example, out of the additional borrowing, government is providing additional 2.1 trillion in financial year 2025-2026 through credit lines under the programs such as UDB, Small Business Recovery Fund, PDM, ACF, Invite Emyoga, and Grow. Support large commercial farmers, among others. Issue number 5 was to demonstrate the consistency of the national budget, of the annual budget, with the NDP4. The response is that the draft annual budget for financial year 2025-2026 is consistent with the National Development Plan 4 on account of the following. 1. The financial year 25-6 budget will be the first fiscal year for implementation of the fourth National Development Plan. All MDA budgets have been aligned with the NDP4 programs and program implementation action plans. As a result, the results and targets of the financial year 25-26 budget are aligned to the plan. 2. The NDP4 is the first plan to implement the 10-fold growth strategy. The allocations in the budget prioritize the crucial areas of growing the economy in line with the NDP4, as namely agro-industrialization, which accounts for 1.72 trillion in the budget, tourism development, 371 billion, mineral-based industrial development, 957 billion, science, technology and innovations, including ICT and creative art industry, with a proposed allocation of Uganda shillings 749 billion, of which Uganda shillings 311 billion is for ICT and digitalization, shillings 388 billion is for science, technology and innovations, and 18 billion is for creative art industry, and manufacturing is Uganda shillings 271.8 billion. 3. The budget also prioritizes the enablers in line with the NDP4 priority areas, and these include maintaining peace, security and rule of law, 9.7 trillion, human capital development including health, education, water and social protection, 11.3 trillion, full monetization of the economy, 2.3, these are the wealth funds, 2.39 trillion, infrastructure development including roads, railway, electricity, 7.87 trillion, regional integration, irrigation through barrack water to stabilize agriculture, manufacturing with focus on industrial parks, 271.8 billion, eliminating corruption, environmental and natural resources conservation and protection, and vertical and horizontal integration of the economy. 4. The NDP projected MTF for financial year 25-6 is PS, please take note.
Yes.
PS has taken note.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Number D.
The allocations on eliminating corruption, environmental and natural resources conservation, and vertical and horizontal. So the areas which the money does not show, by the time I finish, we should have clarified.
Okay.
Because we have broken down everything, Chair. 4. The NDP projected MTF for financial year 25-26 is is Uganda shilling 67.8 trillion. The budget provides a total resource amounting to 71.956 trillion. The variation in budget is on account of front-loading the NDP4 programmed budget on domestic arrears and investment in key enablers to support immediate interventions such as AFCON 2027, investment in the first oil, and the election roadmap. Please note that there is synergy in implementation of government programs as resources cut across. For example, tourism roads under Ministry of Works and Transport, the PDM which supports agro-industrialization, under private sector development, among several others. The next issue is the NDP4 identified projects with high multiplier effects and direct impact for the realization of the plan's desired results. In this regard, provide a committee with proposed budget allocations in the financial year 2025-2026 for the high impact projects of NDP4. Response: the NDP4 identified 63 projects as detailed under Annex 1 with high multiplier effects. 50 of these projects are proposed to be funded by the public through the budget, while 13 are proposed to be funded through public-private sector partnership. In financial year 2025-2026, government has provided Uganda shillings 18.509 trillion allocation under the development budget to cater for the already high multiplier interventions under the ATMs and enablers in line with the tenfold growth strategy. The projects to be financed are those that are compliant with the public investment management system framework. Therefore, all high multiplier projects to be financed are those that will be ready for implementation in line with the PIMS process. Under Annex 1 attached provides the list of projects with high multiplier effects by program. Another issue is an assessment of NDP4 macroeconomic indicators against draft macroeconomic projections indicate an inconsistency in public debt to GDP as highlighted in the table below. The table is from you. I invite members to refer to it again, and the response is as follows. The budget estimates for financial year 25-26 were prepared based on the more recent macroeconomic assumptions compared to the assumptions used during the preparation of the strategic direction and macroeconomic framework for the fourth National Development Plan. For example, the areas of difference in assumptions are on the level of concessional financing, which has since reduced on account of the recent geopolitical environment, on tariffs, revised global growth projections by IMF, reducing grant financing by bilateral partners like you said. Nonetheless, the current projection for the fiscal deficit is 6.5%, closer to the NDP4 projection of 7.7%. Issue 6 is on guarantees and contingent liabilities. And the issue is provide the committee with the list of all beneficiaries of government guarantees. This should include values of guarantees and implications on the annual budget. Response, Mr. on the budget, due to the low probability of default in the medium term, these guarantees will have no negative implications to the budget. Next issue, provide the committee with a list of all public-private partnership PPPs and their corresponding amounts, values, project costs. Mr. Chair, I have attached Annex 5 on the list of all PPPs and their corresponding values. Issue number 7 on the contingency fund. Justify why 169 billion has been provided for contingency fund under Vote 130 Treasury operations, which is not equivalent to 0.5% of the appropriated annual budget of 34.318 trillion for financial year 2024-2025, instead of 171.1 billion allocated in the financial year for 2025-26. Response, Mr. Chairman, the provision of 169 billion is within the range of the expected 171 billion as required by the law. Issue 8, domestic arrears. According to the Auditor General, domestic arrears increased from 10.5 trillion in financial year 2022-23 to Uganda shillings 13.81 trillion by the end of financial year 2023-24. The committee observed that there has been an improvement by the provision of 1.4 trillion for domestic arrears for financial year 25-26. At this rate, it will take government close 10 years to clear all domestic arrears if no new arrears are accumulated. Now, the request was to provide a comprehensive plan on how to clear domestic arrears and to curb accumulation of arrears in the medium and the long term. Response, Mr. Chair and colleagues, Uganda shillings 13.81 trillion stated by the Auditor General includes an amount of Uganda shillings 8.313 trillion for Bank of Uganda redemptions, which were already provided for in the financial year 2024-2025 budget. This is not in the next year's budget. The balance of Uganda shillings 5.254 trillion arrears is for goods and services, pension and gratuity contributions to international organizations, court awards, as well as rent and utilities. However, we have provided Uganda shillings 1.4 trillion in financial year 2025-6 budget for down payment of all arrear categories, which further reduces the arrears stock to Uganda shillings 3.854 trillion only. At this rate, therefore, we shall be able to clear the remaining stock within 3 financial years and not 10 as indicated. Mr. Chairman, we have further put in place measures to mitigate against further accumulation of arrears as follows. 1. Enforcing sanctions against accounting officers responsible for creation of new domestic arrears. 2. Improvements in the multi-year budgeting to accurately estimate commitments that go beyond 1 year. 3. Strengthening enforcement of the commitment control system. And 4. Reconsidering the structure of counterpart funding for projects. Issue 9 is on public corporations and state enterprises. And you observed that out of 65 public corporations and state enterprises, only 14 were submitted to Parliament under Volume 3 Budget Estimates for State Enterprises and Public Operations. And you want us to provide a clarification why Section 1211F of the Public Finance Management Act is not being fully complied with, and 2, to provide the committee with the missing budget estimates of the public operations and state enterprises for next financial year. Mr. Chair, in line with Section 1211F, my ministry has already written to all the affected state enterprises submit their budgets for onward submission to Parliament. Those that do not comply will be sanctioned in line with the PFM Act 2015. Issue 10, Wealth Creation Funds. Parish Development Model Funds, World Bank Women Entrepreneurs Project, Fund for Exporters, Small Business Recovery Fund, Fund for 8 poorest sub-regions, Cattle Restocking Funds, Funds to support cooperatives, Nagric Funds for high-quality animals, Tractors for Mechanization Funds, Women Funds, Sage Uganda Development Bank Funds, Uganda Development Corporation Funds, Support to Microfinance Support Center, Agriculture Credit Facility and Specialized Groups, Emyoga. You requested us to provide Parliament with the performance, both financial and physical performance, of the aforementioned Wealth Creation Funds for financial year 23-24 and 25-2026 budget allocations. Performance should indicate approved funds, released funds, actual expenditure, output, and impact in regard to the objectives of respective wealth funds. Mr. Chairman, I wish to respond as follows. 1. Under the parish development model, by the end of financial year 2024-25, 10,589 PDM parish circles will be capitalized with Uganda shillings 3.257 trillion directly on their respective bank/Wendy accounts. As at 30th April 2025, Uganda shillings 2.728 trillion had been disbursed by the circles to the beneficiaries. This represents a national disbursement rate of 91.99%. Currently, the parish development model has reached 2,557,000 beneficiaries. For financial year 2025-2026, additional 1.594 trillion has been provided to reach the subsistence households that are yet to be covered. Under number 2 is Agricultural Credit Facility. Since 2010, government has cumulatively remitted a total of Uganda shillings 325.93 billion to the facility's escrow account at Bank of Uganda. As at March 31st, 2025, a total of Uganda shillings 872.51 billion had been disbursed to 3,962 eligible beneficiaries across the country. Out of these disbursements, government contribution accounts for 441.36 billion, matched with Uganda shillings 431.15 billion by the participating financial institutions. The capitalization of Uganda shillings 308.38 billion, together with the referral or repayments from PFIs of Uganda shillings 315.16 billion, have enabled cumulative lending of up to Uganda shillings 441.36 billion by government contribution. The facility has financed various projects within the agricultural value chain, with grain trading funded most at Uganda shillings 333.9 billion, which accounts for 42%. On farm activities, shillings 262.2 billion. Agro processing or value addition, Uganda shillings 155.9 billion, and shillings 89 billion provided for post-harvest management, accounting for 8% of the total loan disbursement under agricultural credit facility. In financial year 25-26, Uganda shillings 50 billion has been allocated as government contribution to the agricultural credit facility. Number 3 is the Small Business Recovery Fund. The Small Business Recovery Fund serves as a stimulus initiative to provide affordable loans to small businesses and operates as a public-private partnership with commercial banks, credit institutions, and microfinance deposit-taking institutions between government and supervised financial institutions. Please note that the Uganda shillings 100 billion was a one-off capitalization plan, and the government does not provide annual allocation since this was a COVID-19 recovery fund. Number 4 is Uganda Development Bank, UDB. Uganda Development Bank is a government development institution that promotes the country's socio-economic development agenda through sustainable financial interventions. The bank has grown in size with total assets valued at Uganda shillings 1.7 trillion. The net loans and advances stand at Uganda shillings 1.6 trillion. It supports key growth sectors of agro-industrialization, human capital development, infrastructure, manufacturing, and tourism and hospitality. In financial year 2025-2026, shillings 410 billion is provided as additional capitalization to Uganda Development Bank to support interventions in inclusive growth sectors. 5. Emyoga program. In line with our commitment to fostering financial inclusion and empowerment for socio-economic transformation, government set up the Emyoga program. So far, seed capital to 7,108 circles with an amount of Uganda shillings 321 billion has been disbursed, with 24 million members facilitated at affordable credit of 8% per annum. Emyoga savings stand at Uganda shillings 93.1 billion cumulatively. Over 471,918 jobs have been created, with the women-led circle excelling in value-added enterprises such as wine making, coffee production, and artisan products. In financial year 2025-6, additional 100 billion is provided to increase the productivity of Emyoga enterprises. Microfinance Support Center. Over the NDP3 period, 2,374 client projects. These include circles, groups, and microfinance institutions, SMEs, and cooperative unions were financed with low-cost credit at 8% per annum. A total of 4,950,489 beneficiaries, out of which 2.7 are female and 2.2 are male, have benefited from the program. Cumulatively, government has financed 9,000 client projects to a tune of Uganda shillings 678.9 billion, benefiting 12.2 million beneficiaries. 70% of the funds have been mainly invested in the agricultural sector. As a result, 600,000 jobs, both direct and indirect, were created, and capacity building of circles continues countrywide. Mr. Chairman, a comprehensive review of the performance of all wealth creation funds is being undertaken. I will submit a report to this committee and Parliament once the exercise is concluded. Issue 11 was on the budget priorities for financial year 2025-2026. Provide the committee with the proposed financial year 2025-6 budget allocations for key interventions under the ATM strategy. Mr. Chairman, this is an area where I presented earlier. I beg that we refer to my previous submission, save for the additional allocations which the PSST is going to provide.
Go to number 12.
Issue 12 is critical unfunded interventions. During consideration of the adopted committee report on the ministerial policy statements, the Committee on Budget identified the following critical areas that require additional funds to improve service delivery across the country in financial year 2025-26. I have provided response under Annex 4 attached, and I wish to take you to Annex 4.
Please, go ahead. Members, page Annex 4. The last one in small letters.
Annex 4, pending expenditure needs for financial year 2025-2026. Section B, additional recommendations from Parliament. 1. Under Vote 004, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. You recommended 5 billion under Ministry of Defense required to settle the ministry's debt for land compensation. And our response is that Uganda shillings 28.647 has been provided to Ministry of Defense for compensation in financial year 25-6 under the budget for domestic arrears. In other words, we advise the entity to work within the provision which we have already made to settle this obligation. Under Vote 010, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Under recurrent 10 billion required as additional financing for coffee seedlings split into oil seeds and coffee seedlings, 5 billion, 5 billion. Here, we wish to inform the committee that in the budget for next financial year, government provided additional 20 billion under MAIF for provision of coffee inputs, which include seedlings, hose, and fertilizers. In addition, Uganda shillings 60 billion has been provided for coffee seedlings to northern Uganda in the Koligenda. Under the same vote, you recommended 20 billion required to expand the national tractor scheme. Our response is
Yes, colleagues.
Mr. Chair, under the same vote, you recommended additional 20 billion required to expand the national tractor scheme. Our comment or response is that shillings 25 billion has already been provided to acquire sets of heavy earth moving equipment and sets of tractors with assorted implements for mechanization centers. Additionally, funding will be provided under the Climate Smart project. Vote 012.
Could you have a figure for that? You can note that.
PS note that the funding will be provided under how much does under Climate Smart? How much
for tractors
have we provided for tractors under Climate Smart project? Vote 012, Ministry of Lands and Urban Development. You recommended an additional 30 billion required for land acquisition to support the Tororo SGR export processing industrial and logistical hub that has been earmarked under the NDP form. Mr. Chair, in this financial year, 2.17 trillion has been provided under the budget for SGR, and funding for interventions will be prioritized therein. What this means is we are showing you that already there is a resource which you can determine if this is the most urgent, you can take care of it within the already available resource.
So Akanya, you don't have to eat another rat. Don't eat another rat.
Vote 013, Ministry of Education and Sports. 15 billion recommended to kickstart construction of 15 secondary schools. I'm now reading your recommendations. 21.21 billion required for grant aiding 303 primary schools. 108.61 required for grant aiding of 100 secondary schools. 9.6 required for rehabilitation of 40 secondary schools. 4.7 required for 37 army primary schools. 2.38 required for rehabilitation of 119 primary schools. Yes. And our response is that a comprehensive funding for school construction is being programmed under the second phase of UGIFT, which amounts to $200 million program, and the ULAN project. In addition, government has earmarked Uganda shillings 12.87 billion towards construction and rehabilitation of primary schools in financial year 2025-2026. Under Ministry of Health, vote 014, you recommended 54 billion required for procurement of 158 ambulances for the remaining constituencies. Then you recommended 17.6 required for fuel and 60 billion required for upgrade of health centers that had already been started or on the ongoing projects. And we respond as follows. Government is processing a bilateral funding from French government which will be implemented through a project. Then 17 will be considered when this project matures and the ambulances are available. Then on 60 billion for upgrade, we have recommended 50%, which is 30 billion, has now been provided. in the agenda for upgrade of health centers that had already been started or are ongoing projects.
That is something. That's great. Thank you.
Under Ministry of Works and Transport, vote 016, you recommended 7.2 billion as additional financing required for operational expenses for the Mount Elgon Labor-Based Training Center. Our response is the allocation to MELTC has increased from 1.4 billion in financial year 24-25 to 4.165 billion in 25-26. The figure will further be increased over the medium term. In other words, out of the 7, we have provided 3 billion.
That's okay.
Under Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, 7, you recommended 7 billion required for Juakali program and has been provided 3 billion in financial year 2025-6 against the required 18, leaving the funding gap of 15.6 billion. Government has provided 3 billion for the program in the budget for financial year 2025-6, and additional funding will be considered in the phased approach over the medium term. DB, you can check for me whether this is it out of the 7 have we provided 3? Confirm that for clarity. No, under Juakali. Just check for me. Vote 019, Ministry of Water and Environment. You recommended an additional 50 billion required for implementation of clean water source per village across the country in line with the presidential directive. Mr. Chair, government has provided one already under the budget for water. Government has provided 177.1 billion for interventions under rural water, and additional funding is being programmed in the second phase of UGIFT. In other words, in this financial year alone, the Ministry of Water is getting an increase of 177.1 billion for water.
That's significant.
Under Uganda AIDS Commission, vote 0.
Okay, you cannot, so that these are the
Take note.
questions. Can we wait and we'll finish? Yeah, then we'll get. Yeah. Ocean, don't ban.
Under vote 107, Uganda AIDS Commission, you recommended 20 billion required for dissemination of HIV prevention messages to reach the vulnerable members and the general population. I wish to inform you that the government has provided that 6 billion is already provided for counterpart funding for country coordination mechanism and operational shortfalls. Vote 111, the National Curriculum Development Center, you recommended additional 6 billion, and this recommendation for implementation of A-level curriculum, primary level syllabus, and so this has been provided, this has been taken, the 6 billion, which you recommended. Under vote 114, the chair of health has stepped out. This is good news for him. Uganda Cancer Institute, you recommended additional 62 billion required for nuclear medicine, stroke, positron emissions tomography, PET. And I wish to inform you that all the funding, all the all the 62 billion requested has been provided in the agenda. Vote 124, Equal Opportunities Commission. You recommended 3 billion, and this will be considered in the medium term. Under vote 128, UNEB, you recommended 11.42 billion, and this recommendation has been honored by the ministry. So 11.42 has been provided to UNEB. Under vote 11133, Directorate of Public Prosecution, you recommended 5.6 billion required for recruitment of staff with the aim of increasing scope of criminal prosecution, and we have managed to provide 3 billion now, and the difference will be provided in the subsequent financial year. Vote 310, under Lira University, you recommended 24.4 billion required for expansion of teaching hospital for specialized services, and 5 billion for construction of perimeter fence. Out of this, 3.59 billion has been provided to Lira University as NTR, and additional funding to be considered over the medium term. So they have additional funding under the NTR, which they can determine how to use, especially the fence can be taken care of under this. Vote, various votes, local government, you recommended 16 billion.
For sub-counties.
For sub-counties, a number of these have been considered under the traditional grant, and those which will miss out, we shall continue to provide even in the subsequent years. Mr. Chair, also important to note is that there are other commitments by the Ministry of Finance. When I came here, you raised a number of issues where we made commitments, but the most important one is under the Parliamentary Commission, which had a shortfall of 111.7 billion. I wish to inform the committee that this has been fully provided. Among many others,
the compensation of land for Uganda Kingdom. That was a big issue.
Uganda Kingdom, we are providing 38.5 billion, and we shall spread this in 4 financial years. Maybe I take you through the whole list so that you appreciate. We have Kampiringisa, Mpigi Intracom Fertilizer Factory. We are providing 80 billion to offtake. This is an offtake for fertilizers. And we have transmission line for Buroba to Kampiringisa, 24 billion. We have clinker factory in Karamoja. We are providing 7 billion for the roads, and 8 and 9. This is Ekanya who was raising this. Then transmission lines and extension of 50 megawatt electricity to Katikekile, Moroto for Tororo Cement, 89 billion we have provided. Then purchase of land, 9,500 acres of land, 45 billion has also been provided. and also 14.8 billion for construction of the water supply system for the Kirinka factory by Tororo Cement Limited in Moroto. So Ekanya should be happy. Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, we are providing recruitment of 10,000 soldiers, 78.05 billion. And also there are operational shortfalls in there, resulting from promotions. 14.9 billion has been provided, and also professional pay enhancement of scientists, 31.3 billion has been provided. Then Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development under UTER, 10.05 billion. Ministry of Agriculture, the 60 which I talked about for coffee seedlings in northern Uganda. Buganda Kingdom, 38.5 billion. Additional funding to UDC, 40 billion. Ministry of Works and Transport, 3.95 completion of the works under the Catholic Shrine of the Uganda Matters. Ministry of Energy transmission line for Simba Cement Factory, 17 billion. National Information Technology Authority, 20 billion for development of super app that integrates government and public internet-based services. Parliamentary Commission, I had mentioned. Uganda Revenue Authority, as restatement of the budget operations, 58 billion, and 24 billion support the IT system to enable efficient tax collection, and also 38 billion provision of contractual obligations for the Riponami project. Internal Security Organization, 0.53 billion as a shortfall in the capital expenditure, and various MDAs and local governments, together with Auditor General. DB, you will confirm to me, the MP for Kavala is there. You will confirm to me whether the issue is going to be addressed under here. I remember giving it to you. Under the shortfalls on pension and gratuity arising out of Auditor General's. Yes. So, Mr. Chair, I submit.
Yeah, you want to allow, there were clarifications of issues. I think we'll want to continue your clarifications. You asked the
Mr. Chair,
PSST to,
I think for us to flow properly, with this submission, members can raise additional issues, then we respond at once.
Yeah. Okay.
If it pleases you, Chair.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Those were the responses to a number of issues that were raised by members. Members, if you note, I was just doing the calculations on Annex 4, which the other one is generically to clarify the technical issues for our report and for the House. But on Annex 4, you note that commitments by the ministry itself, the requests the ministry were to the tune of 1.034 trillion, and they were able to give a generous 919.1 billion. But there was that is about 88.8%, nearly 89%. Honorable Minister, when you go to members' requests in Part B, it was about the same amount, about 1.6, quite big. And you were not being very generous, despite being strategic. Yeah, you are very strategic. For example, you will see from how you handle education, how you handle the pet center, health, that's quite something that's going to impact the different sectors. But we thought you've not been as generous as you were to yourselves. Colleagues, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I thought you were sharing. Can I yield the floor?
So the floor is open, members. Be very brief. We have allowed the minister to.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank the minister. I think this one of the meeting the Minister of Finance has taken serious. And the PSST. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you very much. You have taken this meeting very serious, more than any other. You have come with the entire head of departments in the Ministry of Finance. And I want to thank you, gentlemen, when you come here, that shows. And there are ladies. So I want to thank you very much. Secondly, there are issues that we need to agree. Issues of PDM. It is unfair that you leave out over 100 parishes where elections were conducted. It was gazetted by the Minister of Local Government, is part of the compendium of the parishes that Minister of Local Government submitted. The error, Mr. Chairman, I've done investigation. When Minister of Finance requested Minister of Local Government to make submission, Minister of Finance was concerned about the list being inflated. They wrote to local governments. Local governments submitted the list. The technical officers in Ministry of Finance, while they were entering the data, erroneously left out about 100 parishes. And we have raised this issue. Ministry of Finance seems to be adamant. And these are parishes where we come from. The last time we discussed this matter in Parliament, the Minister said those parishes should go back. Honorable Minister, in your place, you have the means. You can tell them to go back. But under the table, you give them yoga. Under the table, you give them other wealth creation fund. But in my parish, where I come from, where the Vice President comes from, where the Speaker comes from, I have the book. Those are the parishes approved by Electoral Commission, Minister of Local Government. Honorable Minister, I just want you to be fair to these people in the villages. And we provide for resource for these few parishes that were erroneously left out by the technical people. Secondly, the issue you have raised about Tororo, about Toro Cement, Simba Cement, those factories are based in Toro, and we are happy because they pay some ground rent and so forth. But Geoffrey Ekanya has no association with any of them, because colleagues were looking at me as if I'm a shareholder. The factory being supported, Toro Cement being supported to expand its operation in Moroto, is a good project, because for us as citizens of Tororo and Uganda, we have been paying a lot of cost of maintenance of road from Moroto, from Bale to Tororo. Heavy trucks carrying heavy load, violating axle system. So to me, it is proper that government is extending grant to these companies so that they put the factory in Moroto and they employ my uncles, and we reduce carrying heavy loads on Toro, and the saving on the road is much. This contribution is not higher than the saving on the road. So it is a good project, and I want to thank you very much. Finally, the request for the standard gauge land for acquisition of industrial park and processing facility for Tororo is not part of the standard gauge project. Honorable Minister, kindly and instigate this. The design, the initial design of the standard gauge, it had industrial facility along the corridor from Kampala up to Tororo. While during the contract negotiation with Yap Mackenzie, the component of industrial processing facility were removed. And that was, it was agreed that the project of industrial facility should be left for private sector. If we do not have land in Tororo, which will handle logistical hub, industrial processing, silos, and so forth, the standard gauge project will be like any other white elephant, like the Mombasa, Nairobi Road, and others.
Honorable,
Mr. Chairman,
please, Honorable,
I'm concluding with this one.
Please,
My
let's give you other one, at least a minute. Be specific.
So my request...
No, that will be another speech.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my request, therefore, is that we provide for this resource under Ministry of Land to acquire land in Tororo for industrial processing facility. The standard gauge will benefit in terms of economy of scale.
You would have gone there, but you did something else. Okay, Honorable Musa Queer, Honorable Aleper Moses. Can you go, come.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my concern is on vote 013, where the committee made some requests, but there is zero consideration on the seed schools and others outlined here. Chair.
Colleagues.
Chair, there were schools that were grant aided by government since 2016. And these schools have been progressing. A case in point is Akora Seed Secondary School within the constituency headquarters of Moroto County in Aleptong district. The students are under tree, government is paying teachers, and when a request is made, there is zero consideration. It's going to be planned in 2025, 2026, something, because there is no allocation. What is the president going to tell people when he's standing on that ground to speak about what he has done in the last 5 years in education, when in the last 5 years this school has been under tree and at the constituency headquarters? This is a request that the minister and the PS should look at it critically, that consideration should be given to the seed secondary schools which were grant aided. And no construction, no activity is ongoing. This is a critical area that should be considered, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, that is on schools. Honorable Aleper Moses.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I just want to raise a few issues. One is on accounting officers. The reason why they have not yet been, according to the response, is they had not accounted for funds. I don't know what other magic they will have after that. They are still making submissions for accounting for funds, having failed when the auditor had established that they had not accounted for funds. At least what I know is, if within 1 month after implementation of an activity, someone has not accounted for funds, where will he or she get this information to support that particular expenditure? Then on domestic areas, you said one strategy, or you are going to use this to make sure that either you caution the accounting officers to make sure nothing happens. But we have realized that what causes these domestic areas, you warrant the money, but actually don't release it. And that we have observed it over the past 3 financial years. So you should be talking about you who warrant, not those that actually fail to get the money. Because you warrant but fail to release the money. So either you tell us that one of the strategies you're going to use is to make sure that what you warrant will actually be released. Or you don't warrant unless you're sure of what will be released. So that would be a better remedy. The other one is on the outstanding obligation to UTL. You know, something very interesting, and I think requires a lot of interest, is how you can sell UTL and a person who is buying UTL only takes assets and not liabilities. I don't know which type of business practice that is, where you're buying only assets from someone and the obligations are just left like that. So there's a lot of unclear issues pertaining to the sale of UTL. Because when you look at the agreement, that only assets were taken over by the other person, not their liabilities. But you should explain why you have come with this new practice. And then, of course, on recommendations of Parliament and also recommendations by Minister of Finance. I know you are in the serving table. You only recommended or took 19% of our recommendations versus your 89%. Really, how do you balance these boats, you people? Even if you are at the serving table. Then, lastly, Honorable Chair, is about the Gulu University Constituent College in Moroto. The other year, some 2 financial years back, I think 3 financial years back, money was released for buying land, purchasing land. Then there's been construction. The construction is ongoing for the main building, but that is about to stagnate, and there is no provision. What is the use of setting up such a facility and not complete it, and yet was intended to take off within 4 years from the start? Thank you.
Thank you. I think you have taken the notes on those very pertinent issues where someone takes only assets and leaves the liabilities with the seller. Okay, that's the new economics. It is economics with different books, so I don't know, we would have not read that one. Next, Honorable.
Chair.
Harriet, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair.
Not before you, then you can. Yes. Mugisha. Well, maybe unless I say National Water and Sewerage Corporation. Honorable.
Really?
My sister, go ahead.
Mine is about to, first of all, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for responding to a number of issues comprehensively. Honorable Chair, mine is about education and sports. First of all, 2 years ago, there were schools that were taken by government, and one of them is in my district. It is called Chiwona Senior Secondary School. It was grant aided. Teachers were recruited. They were posted. Everything has been put in place. But for the last 2 years, the school has never been given funds. Over the weekend, I was in my constituency, and the whole board, the management, came to my home complaining. I also called the cow, the chief accounting officer of our district. She confirmed that she has been writing, but up to now, money has not been given to that school. I would like to know the effort being made to ensure that such schools across the country are given money so that they progress. Otherwise, we don't know what is going on. I also have copies right now. I can lay them here to see that the school has not been given funds. I would like to get a response, because the way I see things, it means that it is not even going to be incorporated. Their budget is not in the next even financial year. So I don't know what we...
Procedure.
Chair, the procedure is not I'm raising. We are now doing a budget for next financial year. Issue of execution of the budget are different from what we are doing now. If money was provided, you should have discussed that in another forum. Let's discuss now issues of what things we need to fund in the next budget. If yours was already funded, go and follow up the money.
Honorable Chair, I would like to continue. Protect me, please. Because if we are looking at the 2025-2026 budget, and this school has not been given money, that means their budget should be here. I think I'm not wrong to raise such an issue. This is a pertinent issue, that their budget, if the money has not been given, then they can now remember to incorporate their money here. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Katesh.
Chair, your procedure issue has been overtaken.
Oh, you have just come. Can we give Honorable... Because he has just come. Oh, you are coming at the tail end. Please come and get Honorable... get my neighbor the documents.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Please go
Can
ahead,
I-
Honorable.
Chair.
Please, Honorable Katesh.
Chair and
Please. We have given you, haven't you got the documents? Oh, please go ahead.
Chairman, meetings of Parliament are governed by our rules. This committee has a chair. The vice can only chair when the substantive chair is absent. But the vice cannot appropriate another member, the one who is seated next to you. That position is meant to be for a clerk who takes minutes. So if you are in a formal meeting of Parliament, you need to respect the rules. The gentleman there needs to vacate. The chairperson, if he's unable to chair a meeting, he needs to leave immediately. And then you need to have the clerk seated there. Because you can't ask government for rules when the committee is done. And you have no option. That's what the rules say.
Honorable, this is free sitting. My colleague is sitting here freely and he should not be disturbed. Please, thank you. Honorable Katesh, go ahead. Honorable Katesh, go ahead.
The issue to the substantive chair, not you, because even you there, you are there illegally.
I'm on the chair. Please, the chair is fully represented here.
Yeah, we are proceeding right.
We are proceeding right. Okay, go ahead. Honorable Katesh.
Chair, you want to thank the ministry for
He has not even apologized for coming late. Can you imagine? Honorable neighbor.
Chair, I want to thank the ministry for the presentation, but also I think, and I like previous years, this time we have tried to harmonize. And I think that we've made some good progress together. Chair, the ministry...
Can we have one meeting?
I just have 3 issues which I wanted the ministry to take note of. The first one is on the wealth funds, page 5. Of course, this is the money that has gone down into our people. And my major question to government is whether there is an attempt to document or quantify return on investment across. I know you always produce so many reports. So I would like to know whether at the end of the year or after 2 years there will be some kind of report that shows quantitatively and qualitatively the return on investment on these wealth funds, because they are going directly into the people. We are accounting for disbursement, but we want to see now the success story at the end. How does it qualitatively and quantitatively stand out? The second issue, Chair, is on page 11, the issue of areas. We note that you have provided 1.4 trillion and you are committing to clear the rest in 3 years. Mr. Chairman, the question is for the suppliers of government, people who have done business with government.
Would it be really genuinely right to interrupt the member?
Thank you very much, Chair.
On trivialities,
these are rules. They can't be trivialities.
Please go to the substance. What is the substance of this meeting?
This
What is the substance of
I
this
have
meeting?
a right to talk in this meeting.
No.
This is not an NRM caucus
And I'm
meeting.
telling you,
Yeah, but you bring
Please,
content.
rule-
Don't bring it.
don't be
Rule
minuscule.
203.
Let's do the right things. Let's listen
You
to
mean
each
you
other.
can't even hear the rules if I am
First of
raising
all,
them?
you are a very uncouth person. How do you come and disrupt a meeting? You have been late
I am.
here since 9
You
o'clock.
mean when I come late, I cease being a member of this committee?
You don't, but you have some decency
Can I raise
to
the
respect
procedural
members.
issue?
You
Can
be
I?
decent sometimes.
Can I raise the procedural issue? You make a ruling.
Respect the chair.
No. This is an illegal chair.
No.
This meeting is illegal. Can I raise the?
So if it is illegal,
This
then
is
go
not-
ahead and
Can I raise the issue?
So you
This
shall
is-
not be listened. If it
this
is
is
illegal,
not
Can I raise
Kasuku.
the issue? This meeting has a chair.
so
Can I
you
raise?
want to raise issue to an illegal meeting?
Can I raise the issue? I am not addressing you. I am addressing the chair.
Please address the chair. I'm the chair.
Chair rule
You see,
203.
sometimes it's good to respect other colleagues.
Even if you get angry, the rules will remain the same. Your anger doesn't change them.
Yeah, it is true. That's
Can
right.
you listen to me? I'm
But it goes
raising
the
a
character of the
issue.
person in charge.
Chair, order.
Okay, go ahead and raise.
There cannot be order. You must hear me.
Order.
Yes. Can I raise the issue?
Order.
Can I
Order.
raise the issue?
Order.
I am raising a procedure. You are a new MP. You need to
Order.
run.
Go ahead and
Order.
read.
You need to run when they are raising a procedure.
Order.
Order doesn't
If
hide.
you are brought to anger from young, don't
Order.
bring anger to the.
Can I raise the procedure issue? It takes a second. Can I raise the issue?
Please go ahead.
That's what you should have done. Chairman of the committee, I want to draw your attention to Rule 203. Five, 2035. A meeting of the committee shall, and the word shall be presided over by the chairperson of the committee, and in his or her absence by the deputy chairperson, or in the absence of both of them by a member of the committee elected by the members present and voting. Shall. So you cannot come here and convene a meeting, the chair sits here as if you are in an NRM caucus meeting. The rules must be respected. So you are there illegally, except if the chair is not present. This is what the rules say.
Can I rule now?
No, you can't rule because I am raising the issue against you.
Because you came late, you didn't know. You don't
I
know
am
why the
raising,
chairman
it
is
does not
there. One
matter.
is not
I am
chairman is
raising
not
the
there.
issue to the
Chairman is not in this
substantive chair of the committee. He must explain how in his absence can the deputy chair a meeting.
He explained. It's
It is-
because you came late. He explained.
It does not matter. Let him explain again. I am a member.
Okay.
Yes.
Chair.
See that kind of arrogance.
Can you show me the minutes where it is
We are going
minuted?
to get tired of that kind of positions.
You see, the other day we had Kateshumba
Okay.
presenting. Yes.
Okay. Can you
Chair.
listen?
Chair.
Honorable Semuju,
Because you don't
when you
respect
raise
other
any
colleagues.
issue, when you
Chair.
raise an issue, you keep quiet and wait for a response.
Order.
Okay, now
Order.
I want to make it clear for you. Number one,
Order, Mr. Chair.
Number one, you came in late. Not only late, but very late. Before this meeting, at the start of this meeting, we had discussions. You cannot demand for minutes of a meeting now, which is ongoing. It is totally not there. After the meeting, the minutes will be read in the next meeting. So it's not. No, I'm giving a background. So as far as we are concerned here, the names of the chairperson you want to be on the chair. The chairperson is absent. But Opolotisiage MP Kachumbala just passed by and joined the meeting. And as for joining, and we saw it wise and substantially correct for the deputy chair to continue the meeting. It does not cause any harm at all and does not need to create drama. This is a simple issue. The person chairing a meeting is a substantive deputy chair of this committee. He's not a vice chair, but a deputy chair. Thank you.
Chair.
He's interpreting them wrongly.
Write a minority report. Yeah, it's okay. Mr. Chairman, can I finish my point before?
Yes, please,
Chair.
Honorable Gatachumba, go ahead.
Chair, I was raising the issue with the ministry. I was raising the issue with the minister about the areas. You have guaranteed that you will be clearing in 3 years. You have some people in the private sector who are under distress. And one of the, when you engage some of them, if government was able to commit, for example, to the financial institutions, they can have some reprieve. Is that something that the government can be able to do to save our private sector? Because some of the rules under BOU, beyond restructuring twice, are not flexible. And this matter has been a big problem. Finally, Chair, on the Small Business Recovery Fund and UDB, it would be good for the minister to tell us the rate of disbursement, because disbursement and absorption, we've committed a lot of money, but is it actually going out or is it seated? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Pascal, then we come to Dr. Musa. In that order, we conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and the Minister for the...
Let's be brief, then
for the
so that we
report.
can allow our team to make a response.
Chair, mine is not much. I want to only get clarification from the Minister in regards to the parishes, just like the Honorable colleague was raising, parishes which were captured in the newly created administrative unit, and they are not being funded money for PDM. Some of them have received, like a case in point, we have in Pade district two parishes which are not getting this money for the PDM. What do they have in mind and in consideration for these parishes? As we are going for elections, it's very important we get clear clarification from the minister so that we are supposed to support our people, get to know what belongs to them. The chair, in our last meeting, we also resolved that the ministry will look into areas of arrears of the local leaders, the LC ones. When I look at the shortfalls which have been provided for, I am not seeing anything allocated for honorary or ex gratias for the LC ones. This is something which looked very small, but at the grassroots level, it is a very big issue. Most especially to us who go to the voters. They are pinning us on this money every little time, and we are responding things that we cannot sort it out. So we want the ministry to help us liaise with the Ministry of Local Government, and we put this to end. Okay, I submit, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Dr. Musa.
Thank you very much.
Rico Nyamweso.
I want to thank the Minister for the responses. I have 2 or 3 issues. One is on the domestic arrears, on how you want to address the issue of accumulating domestic arrears. In point 4, you said you are going to reconsider the structure of counterpart financing for the projects. I would want to know the specific proposals to ensure that the counterpart financing is addressed, because we have a number of projects which cannot be implemented because of lack of counterpart financing. Then the second issue is on the Uganda AIDS Commission. I think the committee's proposal is to provide additional funds for dissemination of HIV messages. But I think the ministry indicated that they are providing funds for the counterpart funding for the coordination mechanisms. I want to know whether we are talking about the same things here.
On HIV. Can you repeat that?
The committee is recommending additional funding for dissemination of messages to the public and vulnerable groups.
Yes.
But in the minister's response, he's saying that they provide additional funds for the coordination mechanism. So I want to know whether we're discussing the same thing.
Not that, the difference between,
and then,
our intention was messaging.
And then the last thing is on the schools. The minister indicated that on the schools there's already a program for construction and rehabilitation of schools, and which is being planned under U52. I wanted to know whether that includes coding of the community schools, grand aid or community schools. Yeah, the seed schools, I think they're coming under the phase 2 funding of UGIFT, together with rehabilitation of primary school and secondary schools. What about community schools which are already there, but they need only grant aiding? Does that program include it? And these schools already exist. The 103 schools to be grant aided. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ariko. And then we have, after Nyangweso, go to the Chair Health.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I thank you. Mr. Chairman, I don't have so much, but I just would like to raise one matter regarding the for secondary schools, where we are the budget. This committee had made provision for financing of construction of 13 seed secondary schools. What happened subsequently, we all know. During consideration of the budget framework paper, this committee reminded itself and addressed the matter of those schools that didn't get funding as a result of that budget adjustment. But I'm also aware that when the Committee of Education and Sports came here before this committee, a significant number, if not all, the schools had since changed. In the BFP report, and I am sure this is what informed our communication to the ministry, there is a specific outlay of which schools they were. But then we also received another one that the Committee on Education and Sports and the ministry probably have. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to be educated. Which ones are these that we are talking about? Is it those that have stayed before the consideration of the budget committee over the past 2 cycles of budgeting, or is it the most recent ones that the Committee on Education and Sports is bringing?
It's the old one.
It's the old one.
Old, because
it is indeed, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification.
Yes.
Even the old one was brought through the same committee. My request
the
for
decision of the committee then on receiving the new additional ones was that let's first sort what came many years ago. I was not even a deputy chair then.
I thank
so
you,
let's
Mr.
sort out as well. If we put one new on board,
I am happy, Mr.
proceed
Chairman.
like that.
You say so. I would like to also enjoin the ministry, if that is what it is, to affirm what you're saying. Because after this meeting, it could be a different thing from Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Mr. Chairman, my second issue is to do with the sector that I chair in my different capacity, water and environment. Mr. Chairman, whereas this committee had made a request, a strong recommendation, that an additional 50 billion be provided for purpose directive of at least a single source clean water point for every village. Mr. Chairman, I am happy about the response of the minister, but the minister speaks about 177 additional funding has been provided for under rural water. Now, the issue of clean water source vis-a-vis rural water are a little bit different. Rural water concentrates on boreholes, spring wells, and water for production. The issue of clean water is dealt with largely under urban water umbrella. So, Mr. Chairman, if there is additional money under rural water, it is not specific to the President's directive of a clean water source. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to implore this committee and the Minister of Finance that just besides even the directive of the President, it is incumbent upon us in light of the NDP4 that we postulate, which is derived from the Sustainable Development Goals, that people require clean water, sanitation, and hygiene provision. So providing water is just not a matter of luxury. It is a critical need, because if we are also to address the program under human capital development, we must have a healthy population. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, on Nyangweso, then Doctor. So, the chair of Natural Resource Committee, Honorable Minister, has made that distinction. When you talk about clean water source, you are largely talking about urban dwellers in Kawempe and where, and they want that access, that water, compared to the rural ones. Yeah.
We are not talking, Mr. Chairman, I am sorry. We are not talking about Kawempe. Actually, Kawempe is excluded. The Ministry of Water and Environment leaves such gazetted areas to National Water and Sewage Corporation.
Yes.
We are talking about rural growth centers, what we call in villages trading centers, places like sub-counties,
yes,
places like town councils, which are under umbrella. Where, as you see today, to complement the ministry, there has been an attempt to bring what you call the Nexus Green Project, which is also putting motorized water processing plants and distributing them through piped water sources. So if we bring in Kawempe and the like,
it is better
we will lose the argument.
Okay, the minister will make that distinction.
Mr. Chairman, I just recalled something that I wanted to depart from. Mr. Chairman, when you chaired the meeting here regarding this matter, there was one crucial issue that all members of this committee were very strong about: the issue of desilting and opening up dams. Mr. Chairman, it was very little money that was proposed. In fact, the ministry had proposed 6 billion, but this committee felt that desilting equipment of 6 billion, just one unit, was even completely a joke. I believe that this is something that is extremely crucial. Finally, Mr. Chairman, you forgive me, but you were in chair. Your members addressed severally and in detail the issue of rural electrification. Yeah. I remember in your own word, you made a directive here that it was a matter that you were going to take up and look into as you engage with the Minister of Finance. It is neither mentioned in our own proposal nor responded to. So I don't know whether it ended at the Minister of Finance or we did not even bring it up to them anyway. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Nyangwe, so then we'll go to a doctor.
Thank you, Chair.
I have noted that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the presentation. I want to address myself on Annex 4, Honorable Minister, particularly on the issue of ambulances. And I want to thank you for the efforts you are doing to look for partners to make sure that at least the government obtains and acquires these ambulances. But Honorable Minister, I don't know because the PSST has taken his attention. When this matter was brought to the House, I remember it was discussed that while you shifted from this sector-wide approach to planning to program-based approach, even the PSST here, my OB, assured us that focus is going to shift from just outputs to outcomes. And I remember raising this matter before you, Honorable Minister, that the Ministry of Health reported that indeed you gave them money and they bought ambulances. So when we consider output, it was 100%. Even the budget performance, you released money, they bought ambulances. But they reported that the ambulances are not functional because whereas they obtained the ambulances, the recurrent expenditure, the recurrent budget to run the ambulances by way of fuel, by way of maintenance, was not accompanied, and therefore they had challenges in functionalizing the ambulances. So, Honorable Minister, the money being requested here, the 17 billion, involves the 12 billion for fuel and 5 billion for maintenance of the ambulances. However, in your response, you mean to report that the fuel was meant for the ambulances which you have deferred to buy in the project which you have proposed, whereas the money required here is to run the current fleet. Honorable Minister, you and us, and I'm sure some of these civil servants here, have been victims of buying fuel in the government ambulances. So we are just requesting, the ministry requested to run the current fleet, give them some fuel to match with the budget to get them to buy vehicles. So they cannot fully functionalize the vehicles. When they break down, the districts can't maintain the vehicles because these vehicles are placed under counties. Counties have no administrative budget. So the budget still runs to the ministry to buy the spares and so forth. So the money, the 17 billion, is not for the future ambulances which you had proposed, which you have deferred for the next project. So I request, even if this money is not availed, at least half of it for them to run, for the ministry to run the current fleet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Put well that point. Doctor, we conclude. We have plenary, and the same minister we need at plenary.
Thank you, Chair. Also, I would like to appreciate the minister for his presentation. When you go to Annex 4 on vote 014, that's under the Ministry of Health, they have provided some 30 billion for upgrade of health centers. But there are some unique projects which are under the regional hospitals, like Hoima Regional Hospital. They had been promised to construct a maternal child health. That was 2020-2023. And what was done was that they demolished the old wards. So now the patients are in makeshift wards. In fact, some of them are under tents. And what had been provided was around 1.15 billion, which could not even start the foundation. So our proposal was, if we can get some little funds, at least because the complex is 6th floor, but if we can get some funds, at least we construct a ground floor. It would be okay. Otherwise, the patients, mothers, that's pediatric. There is no pediatric ward. There is no gynae ward. They have just been, in fact, they are internally displaced within the hospital. So our request was, if you can get some funds, that is for the ground floor, then others can be done later. It's just my humble request. Thank you.
I will go and then you conclude.
Thank you, Chair. For me, I'm here, although somebody might jump on me, but I would like to thank also the ministry for the interventions, being taken, and mostly trying to match the budget, as recommended with the NDP 4. However, there is only one small thing I want to say. I am sure in a budget you can't do everything in one financial year, but you take note of some critical issues so that in the following year you handle them. Now, there is where you have handled the issue of contingency fund. Why can't we for the first time be accurate to the law? If it says 0.5%, you are calculating at 171 billion. Why should we fight to make sure we don't have that, and we are trying to have it at 169? Why can't you direct a budget rest that matter by just additional 1-point-something billion, and you are counted to be accurate in that for the first time? For me, another matter I would like to raise is I want to support Honorable Nyangweso. Government gave out ambulances to some constituencies. I thank you for following up to look for money to support the procurement of ambulances for other constituencies. Personally, my constituency got one. But the problem with these ambulances is there is no money to operate the ambulance. There is no fuel. There is no maintenance money, which means this ambulance has been dumped there to collapse, so people start disturbing MPs, need fuel. The operator of ambulance also starts extorting the wananchi. So the ambulance has become a problem. Now that the submission from the ministry is 17 billion, assuming we would procure the rest also. Why is it difficult for us to consider what's already in existence, which tantamounts already to about 50%, so that we offer services to the wananchi? The last one I have the ministry to take note seriously is the issue of provision of water, clean water to our people. If we don't sort out the issue of clean water to our people, you might reach a stage of building a hospital in every home. You are spending money on health for sick people, sickness through drinking dirty water. So why are you allocating money for a lot of medicine? So you'll continue allocating money for medicine and doubling that budget, yet just a small intervention on water would save our people from these funny waterborne sicknesses. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for the progress report which you have provided to us. Needless to say, I have a couple of issues for your consideration. One, I was in the constituency, Honorable Minister. As you are aware, the President is giving us about, I think, 12 policemen per sub-county. And there are a litany of sub-counties that don't have headquarters. They don't have headquarters. People are trying to hire and here and there. The policemen have nowhere to stay. And yet the sub-county headquarters have police posts, have where these people need to be. And if you look at the amount, very small, 16 billion, building 139 sub-county headquarters across the country. I thought that is something that you would be able to consider. The second one is on the schools, which you have already talked about. I've added the figures here. We have 614 schools. One time the Honorable Minister advised me, which is a good advice I've taken, and to consider some of these political considerations. Many of your MPs are going for elections, and if you look at the schools, which we have kind of deferred, we said we are going to look for money to do these things, 614 across the country. Just imagine what, if we build them, what it would do to our population. So this list here, would you make it available for Parliament to have it? And when does the project start? Because you've talked about $200 million. Will it happen within the financial year 2025-2026? I would want you to confirm. The other one also is that this committee was very unanimous on matters of the Uganda AIDS Commission. We have realized that ever since the Americans withdrew their money, this is a sector, HIV has become a scourge. And we realized there were budgets in all the MDAs for HIV and AIDS. And we wanted to pull that money under Uganda AIDS Commission. But we were advised that the cabinet sat and provided some guidance and directive that every ministry should have a kind of HIV activities. But by so doing, we have defunded Uganda AIDS Commission. And so the amount you've talked about is 6 billion. So this committee affirmed that the 20 billion would actually be sufficient to help them run. We would want you to consider that. And two more, and I will finish. Oil seeds, we have 111 factories in Uganda producing either sunflower cooking oil or any kind of cooking oil here. But currently, we don't have grains. And the association from the north have written to the speaker and written to the chair budget for us really to support them with 5 billion. So out of the 60 billion for coffee, at least you can give 5 for oil seeds, which is very, very important. And finally, 2 of my wards in a town council have not received PDM money for the last 2 elections. I mean, 2 financial years. And now this is going to be the 3rd. They have not received. And these are government structures like Honorable Kanya has talked about. Why do you guys give us problems? They're actually saying we are the ones who have removed that money from them. Can we provide money and provide for these parishes and wards which have not received PDM? Thank you.
I just want to make a special exception and give Honorable just 1 minute. There must be something special you want to pass to the minister. Please be very brief. Yeah?
Thank you, Uncle.
It was not you, Honorable. It was our colleague there.
You are my uncle.
Please. Yes. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair, Mr. Chairman, I sit on the Committee of Education and Sports, and I want to raise 2 issues, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think early last year, the President wrote a letter to all members of Parliament about the NRM approach on mass line. The same President, when he came for PDM tour in Ankole region, Mr. Chairman, the President was not happy with the leaders who sabotage government programs. And the President was emphasizing free education for all Ugandans. Chair, now, when you look at the budget, and I want the Minister to pay attention, there is no money at all for free education. Even the granting, aiding of schools, it is a problem, Mr. Chairman, as you can see. So I want the Minister to tell us whether he is sabotaging the directive of the President about to free education and why the money is not provided. Chair, number 2 is about the PTCs and NTCs. A law was made, Chair, and all these were put under unity. And Chair, remember when we are presenting as a Committee of Education, you are saying which areas can we pick. And we said there is a crisis of training teachers. We are going to have issues with teachers because these PTCs and NTCs are not doing anything since UNITE is not being financed. So the money for operationalizing UNITE, Chair, was one of the issues that we raised as a Committee of Education because there is a big crisis as far as education is concerned. So I want the Minister to tell us, is it a deliberate move that you are sabotaging this sector? What is happening? Because without free education, which is the message of the President, without teachers being trained to teach, what are we doing as people who have gone to school and there is nothing? So, Mr. Chairman, I want those 2 issues to be addressed.
Mr. Chairman, just
Honorable Minister, please.
Mr. Chairman, just one clarification.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman,
please.
Just one clarification.
No, let's proceed.
Chairman,
It's time for plenary.
Chairman,
you don't want Semujo to hurt me again. Let's
one clarification regarding the Toro district.
Let's go. Let's move.
Mr. Chairman, the issue regarding Toro district. We have been provided a district. We don't see it in the budget. Then we agreed here that the VAT of national water has a project in my constituency. I don't see those 2 items. Thank you.
Honorable, note that these are what we are discussing are the gaps. And you've not, members should keep in mind that there are provisions already in the budget for a number of these things. These were the gaps we identified which were not funded. Please, Honorable Minister, can you go ahead?
Mr. Chairman, I want to make one general observation, and before I invite the PS and the team.
Kanya became an MP when I was in school. So he's the most experienced.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. I also want to welcome our guests in the VIP lounge this afternoon. That is His Excellency Archbishop Luigi Bianco, the Apostolic Nuncio to Uganda. You're most welcome. He's accompanied by Monsignor John Baptist Kaota, Secretary General of Uganda Apostolic Conference. Most welcome. And then our own Father Kawesa. You're most welcome. Honorable members, we've noted with a lot of concern what is happening with the roads in Uganda. Of recent, we've had a lot of accidents. The worst one that we had was this recent one of one of the business young men, Rajiv, that happened on Kampala Express Highway. The contractors have been given work. The contractors put blocks on the road without any sign that there's a blockage on the road. They remove at leisure and put at leisure. There's been a problem, and the fact that we rationalized UNRWA, we thought would really have some kind of efficiency in works. To our disappointment, things have continued worsening every day. When you look at this road to Mitiana, the road to Karuma, within a town here, so many accidents are happening. The potholes can even swallow a whole car because they are not being maintained. So I don't know whether it was a good idea to rationalize UNRWA in the name of efficiency. We allocated money. There was money we put in works, which money was out of rationalization, but this money has not been put to use. And because this money has not been put to use, there is a claim that the money has not been released. Yet on 17th April, the House passed a resolution to reallocate a budget for the works that were pending from works. And that was out of RAPEX. And this money was sent to works. Now we want a report from Minister of Works on what is happening on the roads, especially around Kampala, on the accident that happened on Kampala Express Highway, and on how they are handling the contractors that are working on those roads. That report should be able to come to the House tomorrow. We cannot continue losing people day in, day out, and yet we have a whole ministry responsible for works. Honorable members, you recall on 21st Monday, April, we lost the Roman Catholic Pope, Pope Francis. This marked the end of the Pope's 12 years reign. At that time, the House was not in session, and as such, we could not pay tribute to the Holy Pope, and that's why today you're able to see a team here, formally for us to pay our tribute, a motion of tribute in honor of the Holy Pope. In the meantime, I want to request that we all rise and observe a moment of silence for the loss of the Holy Pope, the loss of Rajiv, Ruperia, and all the Ugandans that have lost their life.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Honorable members, as you are aware, the Roman Catholic Church has a new Pope, Pope Leo XIV, who will formally be inaugurated on 18th May. We join the global community and all the people of goodwill to congratulate Pope Leo XIV upon becoming the Pope of the Catholic Church and his purpose, and pray for him to have an impactful legacy, just like what Pope Francis did. Honorable members, you'll allow me to receive the corrigenda this afternoon from Minister of Finance. And you know the corrigenda forms part of the budgeting process. They want to make amendments, and we'll have to have it laid. And this is according to, we will invoke Rule 26(1) of the Rules of Procedure to validate the order paper. I want to thank you once more for coming. Have good deliberations. Thank you. Elop.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join you in passing on my commiserations to the Catholic community in Uganda and the world at large on the passing of Pope Francis, and also congratulate you and the Catholic community on attainment of a new Pope, Pope Leo XIV. We'll discuss some more when we are paying tribute, and I'm glad you have varied the order paper for that to happen. Honorable Speaker, I have a quick procedural matter that I seek your indulgence to help us deal with certain matters. This Parliament where we sit passes laws. This Parliament here, which you head, Right Honorable Speaker, we are pretty much the custodians of the Constitution, which was passed by Parliament, and the laws attendant to that. Honorable Speaker, Article 21 of that Constitution provides that nobody is above the law. We are all equal under the law. Article 28 of that same Constitution provides for a right to a speedy hearing before a court of competent jurisdiction when anybody is suspected to have committed any crime. My challenge, Right Honorable Speaker, is that continuously we see people in government offices operate as if they are above the law. And that is problematic. And this is a matter we have raised here, Right Honorable Speaker. You have made comments about it, but looks like it continues unabated. And for me, that bothers me. Right Honorable Speaker, on 27th of April, a gentleman called Edward Sebufu, many people know him as Eddie Mutwe, was abducted from Mukono where he had gone for a function, and he was missing for a couple of days. We went to file a matter before police. Police said we do not know him, and the spokesperson of Uganda Police Force said we don't know where this person is. A few days later, the Chief of Defense Forces of this country, one General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, spoke about this matter, saying, I have got this person. I am teaching him Runyankole, I am disciplining him, and so many other things that he said. Displayed a picture of him naked with bruises. Honorable Speaker, meanwhile we were continuously, together with the family of this man and lawyers, looking for where this person is. But somebody says, I've got him in my basement. 8 days later, he's produced at Masaka Court, something that we were happy about because all along was saying, if he has committed any offense, produce him in a court of law. He was produced in court, limping, with bruises, and all of that. 8 days. Police, which should ideally have been holding him, and only for 48 days, did did not know where this person was. The Uganda Human Rights Commission, which we uploaded because for a very long time we have been asking, what is the Uganda Human Rights Commission doing? They released a statement saying, Chief of Defense Forces, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, release this man because we know you have him. I guess because of that and a lot more other pressure, this man was freed. But my challenge, Right Honorable Speaker, is, and it's good the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs is here, the Minister of State for Internal Affairs is here. Maybe government needs to help us understand. Are there some people for whom Article 21 of the Constitution, which says we are all equal under the law, that this one does not apply to some, that some people are above the law? And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm on a point of procedure. Honorable Macho, who has been in Parliament for a bit longer, knows that procedure takes precedence. So I request him to kindly relax. As I finish my procedural matter, Right Honorable Speaker, this very government official was summoned by the Defense Committee of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, this House operates through committees. And you are custodian of these committees as our leader. And when this committee summoned the Chief of Defense Forces, he said, I will not appear before those clowns. Members of Parliament, these ones whom you lead, Right Honorable Speaker, were called clowns. And the clowns, as he called them, decided to leave the man alone out of fear. Because I had expected that that would be a very serious issue, which the committee would raise.
Thank you.
Even before yourself. Because you, I don't know, Right Honorable Speaker, if you lead clowns, and I don't know what that would make you if you are the leader of clowns. Right Honorable Speaker, we want to know, are there people who are above the law? Why does a government official who is paid from the consolidated fund continue to operate as if for him he is above the law and it is okay? It is not okay. And I would like to beseech you, Right Honorable Speaker, as our leader, that you take this matter up. It should not be okay.
Thank you. Lob? Macho, you need a clarification?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I first want the leader of opposition in Uganda to sit and settle when Macho is talking. Madam Speaker, the LOP has given good submission saying that there are people in this country who seems to be above the law. Madam Speaker, he makes me bring up a point of clarification whether he's talking the talk, because as I speak now, the leader of his political party, I want to know whether he's above the law by him giving statements that are discriminatory to an extent that inciting public against his fellow MPs, like Honorable Ssenyonyi against Honorable Mpuga. You know, when things happen in NRF, okay, so I'm seeking clarification whether his leader of his party is above the law that he gives his...
Honorable members, these are serious matters. Lob, sit. No. These are serious matters. Let's not bring politics into this.
I'm glad, Right Honorable Speaker, you've ruled that he is being irrelevant by bringing politics to the political issue I raised. Thank you.
Lob, one, I don't lead clowns. And nobody has ever told me that I lead clowns. This house is for honorable members of parliament. Two, when you say that the CDF was summoned, I did not see the summon. There is only one signature in this house, in this parliament. It is only the speaker who is supposed to sign. I don't see how a chairperson of a committee can start summoning anybody, leave alone CDF, anybody. There should be a process of an invitation. Listen, honorable members, Macho, I will throw you out. Honorable members, there must be a procedure of inviting witnesses. But let's not deviate from the real issue. The real issue is the principle of fair hearing. The presumption of innocence. Over to Honorable Mao. the human rights issue. And I want to advise you members, when you invite these witnesses, you are inviting an office. An office is not MK. There was a deputy CDF, I saw it on social media. You cannot start attaching a single person to this. It is an office. Like you find, if there is a house here, the deputy speaker is chairing. It doesn't have to be me. Honorable Mao, the issue of Eddie, who?
Madam Speaker, we are over 45 million Ugandans, and every day there are many infractions against the law. People are being killed, people are being robbed. It doesn't mean those who break the law are above the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, the court process is ongoing. The court process is ongoing. What we require to do is to make sure that we expedite the process. You sit, members, sit. Honorable members, I did not introduce Father Frederick to Singwire, the Parliament Court Chaplain. Father, you're welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs for stating it very unequivocally that no one is above the law. And I want to appreciate him because he released a statement in regard to this particular matter, condemning the abduction and the torture of this person called Edward Sebufu. Away though from the letter, which I do appreciate he wrote, I don't know whether he wrote it because of the opposition politician he has been for a long time, but as a government official, we would want to know, is action going to be taken against this errant government official that broke the law? Because when a minister writes a statement saying a minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs writes a statement saying government official X, CDF, here you are breaking the law. You cannot abduct people and torture them in your basement. Release them. That's a government minister writing that. Away from the fact that that is good and it excited us, what action gets to be taken against this errant government official? Or is he above the law? And that's the question that I was asking. We have now recognized he was operating outside the law.
Thank you.
What then gets to be done? Is anything going to happen to him? And I'm glad even the Prime Minister has walked in. Maybe Honorable Mao might not have an answer, but maybe he should as a minister. But the Prime Minister, who often says she's very able and she's action-oriented, is she going to take action against this errant government official called General Muhoozi Kainerugaba?
Honorable members, I have never, just like when there is arrests by police, by army, I have never seen the IGP himself going to do the arrest. The arrest is done by other people. So you may not talk about the CDF now. We may need to look in depth. Who did it and why was it done. But then the court process must be expedited. Next item. Next.
Item number 3.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Item number 3 on the order paper. Item number 3 on the order paper, bills first reading. 3.1, the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Amendment Bill 2025.
Thank you. Honorable members, we've been having this bill for long, and I want to congratulate Honorable Kiaga, who introduced this bill. Now it was taken over by government. I now want to call the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to table the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The procedure issue I am raising, the Honorable David Mohoz, former CDF, and usually is the one who comes here because the Honorable Tafire doesn't come. He came and told Parliament that when soldiers and policemen are arresting people, they must identify themselves. General Mohoz Kainerugaba, he said, I disagree with that minister. When I raised the issues here of deploying soldiers in South Sudan, and Parliament asked the Minister for Defense to explain, immediately the spokesperson of UPDF dismissed him. He said that one represents us only in Parliament. General Erweru there, he was called a buffoon by the CDF. One by one.
What is the procedural matter?
I am raising it if you allow me background. One by one, whether ministers, whether UPDF soldiers, whether committees of Parliament are becoming victims of CDF. So the procedure issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, whether you should not get government at the highest level to tell us, because recently he said, you opposition, you are going to beat you during elections. For us, we are Tutsi. These are serious matters that, Madam Speaker, everybody, every sane person must be concerned with. They are not matters that can just be ruled and we continue. I mean, I don't know, Erweru is about to run away. I don't know whether David Moore sits in his office comfortably. The Minister of Defense the other day was here. So we all have become victims of this one man called Mohoz Kainerugaba. This Parliament must find a solution.
At least for me, I'm not a victim. Because honorable members, what we need to look at, where does that information come from? On social media, anybody can post anything, anytime. Next item. Honorable members, you're going to drag this order paper is long. Yeah, I'm going to give you after he has laid it. On him, eh? Okay. He has something on it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is alternative justice. Is the alternative justice. You just hear from him.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have two procedural matters.
Honorable Minister of Works, while you are away, we raised the issues of the roads in Kampala, the accidents in Kampala, and as Parliament we are regretting why we even rationalize UNRWA. We want a statement from you tomorrow. We want a statement tomorrow.
It will come. It will come, Mama.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I have two procedural matters. The first one regards the application of our rules of procedure. I have seen in circulation and a gazette saying that we have new rules of procedure which are not accessible by members. I don't have a copy, and I don't know whether this Parliament is now proceeding under the old rules or the new rules so that we are guided properly in processing the business. The second procedural matter is that I don't remember the day, but we had asked that the regulation, the new regulation by statutory instrument, I think called the UPDF establishment, and there was a commitment from the Attorney General that that copy would be brought here, because it is the one that operationalizes the UPDF Act, and it gives potentially the CDF some powers. If Parliament, which made the law, cannot follow on that establishment to see where the powers begin and end, it may be difficult. Some of the questions asked by members here may be in that regulation. Can we get commitment, and that
thank you
comes here so that we can examine whether the CDF and how the army is being managed now is in order, or there is something Parliament can do to change that law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The issue of the rules should be, the rules will be distributed, the new rules that have been gazetted. The clerk should distribute the new rules. That's what we are using now. The new rules should be distributed. AJ, on the issue of CDF.
Thank you, Right Honourable
UPDF.
Speaker. The UPDF is run in accordance with the UPDF Act. The establishment of UPDF is an administrative instrument which is used by the UPDF in setting up their structures internally. But all the powers are granted under the UPDF Act. That's where you should look.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, that instrument.
He has only spoken English, which you've not understood. So you would have asked him maybe to speak in Luganda. Yes?
Madam Speaker, you know I don't speak Luganda. Are you addressing me?
I'm responding to him.
Yeah, you make it clear to the person, because
to the person asking what has he said.
Thank you.
I mean,
thank you, Madam Speaker. So the issue I am raising is that that instrument was made pursuant to a provision of the UPDF Act. It is a statutory instrument, and by law, if you read that act, it's supposed to be laid here, so that Parliament can interrogate whether it does not contravene the spirit of the act. That's all I am asking.
Okay.
Yeah.
AJ.
Well, yeah, I think I don't know it. I'm going to go and look for it, but I don't know it.
Thank you. Honorable Mao. Honorable Mao. Let Mao first lay his.
Madam Speaker, there are some members who are above the law here, obviously, as I've seen. You can call someone to the floor, then they interrupt and say whatever they want.
I'm
also calling for rule of law in Parliament. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Copyright and Neighbouring Rights Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the first time. I also beg to lay a copy of the bill and a certificate of financial implications. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 129, Rule 1, Sub-Rule 1, of the Rules of Procedure, the bill stands referred to the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, and Rule 129(2) applies.
Item 3.2, the Uganda People's Defence Forces.
Can I have these bills laid, then you bring your procedural matters?
Item 3.2, the Uganda People's Defence Forces Amendment Bill 2025.
Honorable Minister. The Minister is there. Honorable members, the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs will relay the bill, and the bill is Uganda People's Defense Forces Amendment Bill 2025, and this bill is in compliance with the court ruling of the Kabaziguruka case. Yes.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to lay the bill entitled Uganda People's Defense Forces Amendment Bill 2025 for the first reading.
Honorable Minister, wait, let.
Honourable Speaker, you have even told us that we have got new rules in this House because the intention is to see that we streamline and get orderly. There is a way we ought to operate. The Minister of State for Trade, the Honourable David Bahati, has come here and he has told us that he begs to lay a copy of I do not know what. Honourable Speaker, that's not the way procedurally bills are read for the first time. The Prime Minister is here. Madam Prime Minister, why don't you organize your cabinet? Because even Honourable Bahati has just been ambushed. If your Minister for Defence is not present, you say you are always in charge. Why don't you take charge? And the reason I'm insisting on this, Honourable Speaker, is because we have seen a certain draft making circulation. Making circulation, we want to be sure what is being laid. The one making circulation, according to what we have read, actually contravenes Article 92. Oh, I'm on point of order. Prime Minister, calm down. I'm on point of order. Just relax. The draft that we have seen making circulation, Right Honourable Speaker, contravenes Article 92, which says you cannot pass a law to upset a decision of court, because the Supreme Court said civilians have no jurisdiction under military courts. That's the one we are saying.
We'll debate
what is being laid here. We need to know.
We'll debate the bill when it comes. Let it be laid. Can you get the certificate and lay on table?
Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, I'm requesting that the second thing on the agenda should be read within a minute.
The document is there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members of Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, my senior minister is here. I will kindly request that he comes and lays the certificate. Honourable Minister.
Honourable Minister of Defence, please lay the bill.
I take the pleasure to lay the copy of the certificate of financial implication.
Honourable members, Honourable Bahati move the motion. And okay, Honourable please start afresh.
In accordance with Rule 134 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, I beg to move that the bill
Honourable members. Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Where's the old? This 121.
Honourable members, Rule 134 is on the first reading of the bill. If you don't know how to read it, go ahead.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I appreciate the House, the guidance I'm getting from you. I beg to move that the bill entitled the Uganda People's Defence Forces Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the first time.
Thank you.
And I want to attach a copy of the Certificate of Financial Implication in accordance with Section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 124 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, and I lay the same certificate for Uganda People's Defence Forces Amendment Bill
2025.
Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 129(1) of the Rules of Procedure, the bill stands referred to Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs and the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary, and in furtherance to Rule 200, Sub-Rule 3 of Rules of Parliament, the Chairperson of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs is hereby designated to chair the joint committee. He will be deputized by the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs. Honorable Nambose, we are not in a market. Can we people move correctly? Given that this bill is straightforward, and I am not going to allow people to come and do politics here. Given that the bill is straightforward, honorable members, I expect the committee to handle this and should be resolved before the end of the 4th session. So I expect the bill back soon. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper.
Allow me to first leave that item and we go to the tribute. Can we first have the tribute paid?
Item 7 on the order paper. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to His Holiness the late Pope Francis, the Supreme Pontiff of the Catholic Church and Sovereign of the State of the Vatican City, for his selfless and dedicated service to the Catholic Church and humanity.
Maybe Pope Francis died on Easter Monday. Honorable Nambose, have respect for the 21st April 2025. Being an ionic global religious figure, it is only prudent that this House records a motion to formally pay tribute to him. And honor by canonization of Uganda matters in the Vatican. That was in last year. Pope Francis also came to Uganda, and pursuant to Rule 56 of Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister to move a motion to that effect. Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I move under Rule 58 of our new Rules of Procedure for a motion of resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to His Holiness the late Pope Francis, the Supreme Pontiff of the Catholic Church, Sovereign of the State of Vatican City, for his selflessness and dedicated service to the Catholic Church and humanity. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, whereas the Parliament of Uganda received with deep sorrow the sad news of the death of His Holiness Pope Francis, which occurred on Easter Monday, 21st April 2025 in Vatican City, aware that His Holiness Pope Francis has been a supreme pontiff of the Catholic Church and the sovereign of the State of the Vatican City from 2013 until his death, noting that His Holiness Pope Francis has been a unique and historic Pope, being the first Jesuit Pope, the first Pope from the Southern Hemisphere, and the first person born and raised outside of Europe to be elected Pope since the 8th century, recognizing that His Holiness Pope Francis advocated for reforms in the Catholic Church by appointing various synods, including the Synod on the Family in October 2014 and 15, the Synod on the Young People in 2018, the Synod on the Pan-Amazonia region in 2019, and the Synod of Synodality in 2024, through which the Pope consulted the worldwide Catholic Church on matters affecting the Catholic Church, appreciating that His Holiness Pope Francis lived a life of distinction, exalted unique compassion and kindness, exhibited charity, selflessness, humility, and wisdom, and led a humble life free from any trampling of power, and gave up most of the privileges attached to the papacy. Further appreciating that His Holiness Pope Francis advocated for the protection of the environment, migrants, women and children, and preached for reconciliation and interreligious tolerance, advocated for the world peace and the peaceful resolution of wars and conflicts in South Sudan, Gaza, Ukraine, Democratic Republic of Congo, and other parts of the world affected by war and conflict. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, cognizant that His Holiness Pope Francis visited Uganda in November 2015 to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the canonization of the Uganda Matters, during which visit Pope Francis preached reconciliation, unity, peace, harmony, and urged leaders to work for the common good of the people. Further cognizant that His Holiness Pope Francis recognized and bestowed onto Father Gospe Ambrosi of Camboni Missionaries of the Heart of Jesus, the right vulnerable, at the event that took place on 20th November 2022 in Kalongo, Guru Archdiocese. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament collectively conveys its deep condolences to the Catholic Church and the people of Uganda for the loss of His Holiness Pope Francis. Number 2, Parliament takes cognizance of the distinguished, selfless, and dedicated service of His Holiness Pope Francis for the Catholic Church and humanity. The Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg.
Thank you, thank you. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by by the whole house, leader of opposition, by the whole house. Thank you so much. Thank you. Madam Right Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister, can you speak to your motion? Just fine?
Right
Right, Honourable Speaker, I am not opposed to the motion, but I just wanted us to reorganize our records. My brother, the Attorney General, stood up in support, and yet he's not a voting member of the House. I just wanted
he was walking out.
I just wanted you to.
That's why I only mentioned the leader of opposition. But Attorney General was walking out. That's a moment, a light moment.
Now that it is expunged, I'm comfortable.
That is a light moment. Prime Minister, can you? Right, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, below is my justification. That on Monday, 21st April, we received the shocking news of the passing of Pope Francis, the head of the Catholic Church and sovereign of the state of Vatican City. Pope Francis, originally George Mario, was the 266th Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, but the first Pope to come from Latin America and from Southern Hemisphere. He was born in Buenos Aires, Argentina, on 17th December 1936. His father was Mario Jose Mogorio, who was an accountant, and his mother was Regina Maria Sivori, a committed wife dedicated to raising their 5 children. Right, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, Pope Francis graduated as a chemical technician and then chose the path of the priesthood, entering the diocesan seminary of Villa Devoto in 1958 and becoming a priest on 13th December 1969. On 20th May 1992, he was appointed Bishop of Buenos Aires, and in 1998, he was named the Archbishop of Buenos Aires and was consecrated a cardinal in 2001. Right, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, he was elected the Supreme Pontiff on 13th March 2013. The profound pontificate of Pope Francis touched many minds and hearts. He set a personal connections with individuals and peoples, with a close attention to those in difficulty, giving himself limitlessly, especially to the marginalized. Right, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, he was a pope among the people with an open heart towards everyone, rich in human cordiality and profoundly sensitive to today's challenges. The late Pope Francis truly shared anxieties and sufferings and hopes of this time of globalization. Confronted with the present day global inequality and raging wars with their inhuman horrors and innumerable death and destruction, Pope Francis persistently raised his voice, imploring peace and calling for reason and honest negotiation to find possible solutions. The late Holy Father extraordinarily used his papacy to push for action on climate change. He always proclaimed that environmental degradation is a moral issue, spurred by greed and unchecked capitalism, which causes human beings to lose sight of relationships that bind them together and to neglect Earth, their common home. Promoting the concept of integral ecology, the late Pope Francis connected sinful actions against the natural world with a common exploitation of impoverished human beings and the abuse of human rights. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, Pope Francis was a Pope of the people, a transformative figure, and who embodied a spirit of international solidarity, has left behind an extensive diplomatic network across the world. Uganda was blessed to be one of the 68 countries the late Pope Francis visited in the 12 years of his pontificate, recalling that he never even visited his home country of Argentina while he was a pope. These visits offered Pope Francis and the opportunity to call for justice, peace, inclusion, and love for the entire human family. Many of Pope Francis's visits were undertaken as pilgrimages of peace and reconciliation in an open invitation to politicians to overcome partisan interests and push forward processes for the common good of their people. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, particularly while he was in Uganda in November 2015 to celebrate with us the Diamond Jubilee of canonization of the Uganda matters, Pope Francis encouraged us to reach out to those in need, to cooperate with others for the common good, and to build a more just society which promotes human dignity, defends God's gift of life, and protects the wonders of nature. That Honorable Speaker, in a more concrete way, the late Pope Francis greatly contributed to the realization of the 2040 Agenda vision of transforming our country into a modern and prosperous nation. This was achieved through social welfare interventions and development projects of the Catholic Church, which the Pope leads. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the Catholic Church has been collaborating with the government on various projects all over the country in quality education, holistic health and sustainable agriculture, humanitarian relief, peace maintenance, rural microfinance, among others. Right Honorable Speaker and members, on a more personal level, I had the opportunity of meeting This one-on-one encounters left a lasting imprint on me, and I believe many of you, including you, Right Honorable Speaker. In these moments, what always shocked me most of hosting refugees. On the complex subject and the grave question of family planning, His Holiness encouraged us to remain faithful to God's design in the generation and rearing of new lives. Pope Francis said marriage and conjugal love are by their nature ordained toward the procreation and education of children. He therefore implored us to reinforce the correct policies, laws, and practices on regulation of birth through natural, not artificial methods of family planning. He as well reminded us of the duty and responsibility of raising our children to reflect the image and likeness of God in which they are created. The Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, in February 2025, Pope Francis was hospitalized for several weeks that developed into double pneumonia. He was discharged in late March and subsequently made several public appearances, but sadly died on Easter Monday of 2025 of cerebral stroke and cardiocirculatory collapse. Pope Francis has left behind a towering legacy for individuals and leaders to emulate. Some key valuable lessons from his life and teachings include: 1. Humility, simplicity. Pope Francis emphasized the importance of humility and simplicity in leadership, encouraging leaders to act with humility and avoid seeking to elevate themselves above others. On compassion and empathy, he demonstrated genuine care and undertaking for individuals from all walks of life, fostering trust and connections with others. He was always on the side of the discarded, of those no one looked upon. On social justice and advocacy, Pope Francis championed the poverty alleviation, environmental stewardship, and human rights, urging world leaders to prioritize the poor and the vulnerable. On inclusivity and unity, he sought to break down barriers and promote unity, highlighting common values and shared humanity. On selflessness, on sacrifice and servant leadership, the Pope Francis emphasized the importance of self-sacrifice and a humble service in a good leadership, asking leaders to act with humility and respect towards others. On forgiveness, Right Honourable Speaker and members, and reconciliation, he advocated for forgiveness and reconciliation as tools for healing and peace building. Right Honourable Speaker, on environmental stewardship, Pope Francis highlighted the need to address climate change and promote sustainable practices. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I would like to thank the Honourable Speaker for according this remarkable and admirable leader a special recognition in his honor through the consideration of this motion before the House today. That Honourable Speaker, as I end, I want to thank you and your delegation for having attended the burial of the Holy Father. The NRM government, under the wise leadership and able leadership of His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, wishes to to extend its profound sympathies to the Catholic Church and the Christian family and all the people of Uganda. May the Almighty God grant his soul eternal rest. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for that tribute, and that speaks all about the Pope, his humility, the simplicity, the unity preached, the love for the poor, and the peace. His last words were peace, peace be with you. A leader of opposition. Leader of opposition will second the motion, and we will have an independent then.
Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I rise to second the motion and to pay tribute to Pope Francis, an exemplary religious leader who significantly contributed to the reshaping of the global moral compass. His legacy will be remembered not only within the Catholic Church, but also around the world by those who cherish truth, justice, and the inherent dignity of every human being. Pope Francis was more than a religious leader. He was a voice of reason and compassion in a world increasingly torn by division, inequality, and greed. He championed social justice, urged governments to prioritize the poor, and advocated against global systems that perpetuate suffering. His encyclical Laudato Si reminded us all of our urgent responsibility to care for our planet. This message is even more critical today as we witness the devastating impacts of climate change across Uganda and the world. Pope Francis warned us of the consequences of exploiting nature and ignoring our duty as stewards of creation. Sadly, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, environmental degradation continues to displace communities, destroy livelihoods, and deepen poverty. Pope Francis's clarion call should, therefore, serve as a wake-up call to urgently rethink our development approach and harness the environment sustainably for the benefit of present and future generations. Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, Pope Francis was a bridge builder who crossed the boundaries of faith, politics, and ideology. He reached out to Muslims, Jews, and people of no faith. If we are to move forward as a country, we must begin by seeing one another not through and a place in our shared future. Pope Francis spoke to presidents, prisoners, refugees, and the forgotten with the same humility. Perhaps what made him truly revolutionary was his simplicity. He rejected the glorification of titles and preferred to be called just Francis. In a world where power often corrupts, he embodied the opposite. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, as you will recall, Pope Francis visited Uganda in 2015 and brought with him messages that were both timely and deeply powerful. Speaking with clarity and urgency, he reminded our leaders that the development of a nation depends not only on infrastructure, but more importantly, on upright and honest leaders and citizens who are guided by a spirit of service. His words were not abstract. They were a direct call for action for all of us in public leadership. Honourable colleagues, the legacy of Pope Francis challenges us to reflect deeply on the kind of leadership we offer this country. It must never be about position, entitlement, or self-preservation. True leadership, as he demonstrated, is about serving the people with humility, dignity, and humanity. He advocated for justice, transparency, and servant leadership. We, as leaders, must reflect seriously on these values today. At a time when our nation is experiencing a painful breakdown in governance, public resources are being looted, and citizens live in fear. That fear is not abstract, but a bitterly lived experience. Ugandans are being arbitrarily arrested, tortured, and detained without trial for days, some months. Security forces are used to silence dissent, and citizens speak quietly about issues that should be debated openly. Pope Francis's message on such situations was very clear. The dignity of every human being must be upheld, and no government should rule through fear. To the youth, he urged them not to lose hope and not to be discouraged. In today's Uganda, where the youth face unemployment, repression, and hopelessness, his message is more urgent than ever. He wanted young people to become change makers, not victims of a broken system. The Pope's humility stands in stark contrast to the emergence of a new class of untouchables in Uganda. These individuals conceal their abuse of power behind their titles, and they trample on the rights of ordinary people. In Pope Francis's world, titles are meaningless if they are not accompanied by service. Today, titles have increasingly become shields against accountability. Today, titles have increasingly become shields against accountability. During his visit to Nalukoola, Pope Francis met the elderly and the disabled. He said, "It is in caring for the weakest members of society that we show our true strength. It is therefore a tragic irony that while many Ugandans go without health care, clean water, or even hope, their taxes are stolen by a few who occupy various positions of influence in our country." Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, Pope Francis's legacy challenges us. It highlights our failures as the political elite and motivates us to strive for improvement. He serves as a reminder that leadership is not about status but about service. Service means standing with the vulnerable, speaking the truth, and living with integrity. As we celebrate his life and legacy, let us pledge to uphold the principles he represented: humility, justice, and compassion. That is the Uganda that Pope Francis would have wanted to see. May the soul of Pope Francis rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, as we pay respect to the most respected Holy Pope, we should pay it with respect and dignity. We can talk our politics after, but for now, let's talk about the man of God who was full of humility, simplicity. Tinker.
I want to thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, to thank the Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Leader of Opposition, for the good submissions about the late, our Holy Father, Francis. Today, Parliament, I want to really thank you so much for giving us a crying hand, shoulder, particularly the Catholic Church, for losing our Holy Father. For us, we move in strength that we got a new Holy Father when we saw the smoke, but for this purpose, the white smoke, for this purpose, I want to state that the Holy Father that I met, I will greatly miss him. When we went to see him last year, when you move in the first gate, you are meeting a serious head of state. When you go to the second gate, you start seeing simplicity. Third gate, you start seeing a man who is trusting in the total protection of God. Then the fourth gate, you see joy and peace prevailing in the environment where he meets his subjects, all the people that he meets. I was very excited to receive his blessing. I was very excited to kiss his ring and to accept. I was very, very excited that at the age of 53, as a Catholic, that's when I was able to meet him, to at least touch the hands of the Pope. It's incredible, but we want to say this leader that we met had special attributes in the world. For instance, I remember there is a time he spoke about blessing the homosexuals. A tornado of attack went against him, including the church, the people he was leading, cardinals, bishops writing letters. But he said, even when I have authority to excommunicate anyone who disagrees with me, I will not call forth against that. You see a leader who understood his responsibility as handed over to him from the reign of St. Peter, the apostle of Jesus, the first pope. And he recognized that he was merely the 266th pope of the world, of the Catholic Church. I was very excited in one of his doings as a pope. He allowed single mothers who would want to return to receiving the Holy Communion to undertake the rituals in return to receiving the Holy Communion. We cannot underlook that aspect, because we have seen the entire world growing with single mothers struggling for years, and I think they needed to struggle with the Lord.
Thank you. Lucy,
what else would I say? I pray that we who had that personal touch with him shall slowly stand the loss and move with strength of the blessings that we received from him. May the Lord have mercy on his dear servant Francis and receive him on his right hand side.
thank you, Honorable Lucy, Honorable Musasizi.
Thank you so
I'll
much.
give all of you, including Aisha.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving us this opportunity.
Let's reduce the time so that more members speak.
To honor Pope Francis. I know the name Pope now is not there. Even on his grave, he just put simple mark of Francis. On behalf of the Catholic Chaplaincy, we continue to pray for Pope Francis, that he will rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I have had the rare opportunity to meet Pope Francis over 7 times. Yes, that's the grace of God. And every time we meet him, it's different. And this year in August, I was again looking forward to meeting him. But maybe now we shall meet Pope Leo XIV. Madam Speaker, I just want to bring to your attention that Pope Francis served to the last. He did not allow his sickness pull him down. Actually, in January this year, he took the longest trip to East Timor, Philippines, to go to the people I watched that Popo visit and I was struck. I thought my faith increased because of what he did. Secondly, he launched the year of Jubilee this year, and he died when it was not complete. But I know it was dear to him. He was buried at St. Mary's Major Basilica. For some reason, every time I am in Rome, this is my favorite place. For the 7 years I would go, I would not leave Rome without visiting that basilica. And I am happy he chose that place as his final resting place. Madam Speaker, Pope Francis was a peacemaker. Those of you who watch the videos, how he kissed the feet of the leaders from South Sudan. And I pray that South Sudan finds peace even when Pope Francis is no more. Recently, when Pope Leo XIV was addressing the cardinals on Saturday, 10th, this is what he had to say about Pope Francis. He said, I continue and follow closely in the footsteps of late Pope Francis. And he called it a precious legacy. Precious legacy, and he said, we must make good use of this legacy. Madam Speaker, if I don't say this about Pope Francis, I would not have done justice to him. Finally, Pope Francis loved children with a passion. The elderly, the disabled. I remember every time we have the private audience, there is a special corner for families with children. Even if you are the president, you will never take that seat as long as you don't have a child. You will not sit on that seat. And it is the front seat where he comes from because he wants to emerge and see children. And when he sees children, you see the genuine smile that beams from his face, the excitement that he has. Several times he has stopped his motorcade just to go and greet children. Several times he has stopped his motorcade to go and say hello to the disabled person. My God, this world will miss Pope Francis. But we are consoled as Catholics that we now have Pope Leo XIV. For those of you who don't know him, go and study about him.
Thank you.
He is going to be a lot more. And because the Catholic Church relies on the Holy Spirit in the selection of the Pope. We were wrong as human beings in saying we want this, we want that, but the Holy Spirit had already chosen Pope Leo XIV. And he's taking over from Pope Leo XIII, who is the promoter of the Catholic social teaching. If you don't know, this is the best document you can read. Go and read. It has everything to do with human rights, justice, democracy. That was promoted by Pope Leo XIII, and he is going to continue with this legacy. Pope Leo XIV will continue from where Pope Leo XIII stopped. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I greet you, our Pope Nuncio, and the team that has come from Catholic Secretariat. We continue to pray for Pope Francis to rest in peace. Thank you so much.
Honorable Akela is the Sabbath Crystal in Parliament. I want to introduce Father Raphael Romero Augustine, the Director of Divine Virtue Ashram Center, India. You're most welcome. We have Miss Alijo, the Retreat Coordinator. You're most welcome. We have Mr. Lioj, the Retreat Coordinator. Welcome. We have Miss Anne Makoa, also a Retreat Coordinator from Kenya. We have Miss Margaret Karuga, Coordinator from Kenya. We have Evelyn Arinaitre, Coordinator for Uganda. You're all most welcome, and they are here to listen to the motion when we are paying tribute for the Holy Father. Pardon? Honorable Musasizi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
We'll reduce the time to 2 minutes, yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to the late Pope Francis. Madam Speaker, I first saw Pope Francis in 2015 when he visited Uganda, and I want to thank him. He came with blessings of the construction of Namugongo. It is now a beautiful place for the pilgrimage, where I am privileged to have seen my mother for the last 11 years. She has been a walking pilgrim from Kawale Diocese. Madam Speaker, I also had an opportunity to meet Pope Francis on 24th of August 2024. I was part of the delegation which you led and had a private audience with the Pope. Not only a private audience, but also the discussions we had, especially on the peace and justice, were quite immense, and we thank him for that. I also had an opportunity to attend the burial of the Pope Francis. What do I pick from this? Simplicity and humility. Even in death, what he prayed for was that his burial be a simple burial. It was the first time I saw a burial where the whole world is in attendance, but everything is done in a simple way. Madam Speaker, I pray that God continues to grant eternal rest to the late Pope Francis.
Thank you, thank you. Pope Francis was very passionate about Uganda because of the Uganda matters, and that's why we had a canonization of Uganda matters in the Vatican. Gweri, Ariko. No, I was calling Ariko.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you so very much for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I stand here to second the motion to pay tribute to the late Pope Francis. Madam Speaker, I come from the Holy Family Parish in Soroti Catholic Diocese that is located in Gweri. Madam Speaker, Pope Francis was the first Jesuit priest to be Pope. He was the first Latin American, but he was also the first Pope that had been born and raised outside Europe since the 8th century when we had Pope Gregory III. Madam Speaker, when we talk about Pope Francis, we talk about a Holy Father whose leadership of the Catholic Church was characterized by humility, simplicity, and a break with the tradition of having church leaders at that senior level detached from the flock that they lead. I personally had the privilege of meeting Pope Francis for 5 times when we traveled to the Vatican. Madam Speaker, because of his Jesuit background,
1 second. Give him a minute.
Madam Speaker, Pope Francis chose to lead a simple life. He resided at the Dom Sancte Martha guest house rather than living in the papal apartments in the Apostolic Palace. That exemplified his desire to remain simple and to show the world that even as you are a great leader, you can still lead a life that touches many people in a simple way. He wore simple vestments rather than the ornamented ones. Pope Francis was also at the center of ensuring full restoration of diplomatic ties between Cuba and the USA. He was instrumental in ensuring that the Chinese Communist Party had its influence in the appointment of bishops regulated so that they no longer dictated who was appointed bishop. As you know, these are tenets of a person who is able to negotiate and bring persons closer into a sense of peace and reconciliation.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Segona, Honorable Bahati. The altar boy will come last.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I want to join colleagues in celebrating the life of the Pope. I want to thank the Prime Minister for bringing this motion, and I want to support her with all my heart. For the record, I am Anglican, and on behalf of the Anglican chaplaincy and my colleagues, I want to join you in paying deep tribute to His Holiness the Pope Francis, who was a global moral compass, the person who would all look at, emulate, study, and have some take-homes. Pope Francis has been described as humble. Even when I wanted to disagree with the Prime Minister that he told her that President Museveni was ruling Uganda very well, with his humility, I am tempted to think it happened. Even when we belong to different denominations, you would look at the Pope and take lessons. He was not self-imposing. One of the causes of the dangers that we experience today is having self-imposing persons, even when they are not as big as they think. I believe if Pope Francis was not here, he would not allow Mukajanga to kill the martyrs. He would not allow my brother Jacob Oboth to bring the bill he has brought today. He would not allow self-imposition.
Honorable Bahati.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank you for the opportunity to pay tribute to Pope Francis, a man of God who guided the world for the years that he was a pope. The Bible says that we shall know them by their fruits. And I'm sure that the works of Pope Francis produced good fruits in his time. He was a firm leader who never feared anybody. I want to quote two examples. In the recent times in the war of Ukraine and Russia, he was courageous to stand up and tell the Ukrainian president that it's time to raise a white flag and negotiate. In the elections of the US, he was able to stand up and tell the Americans that you are choosing between two evils, the one against migrants and another one against life. So we want to celebrate his life and want to congratulate the Vatican for choosing and give us a new Pope who will build on the works of St. Francis. At the end of the day, Pope Francis was a holy man who worked so hard to enter heaven. I hope that through his works and belief, all of us will follow his footsteps to working hard to one day to enter heaven. I
you.
thank you.
Thank you. Pope Francis indeed was known by his works. Press Affairs. Honorable Mpuga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this motion to pay tribute to Pope Francis, who was not just a pope for the Catholics, but a shepherd to all humanity. Pope Francis had the rare and unique ability to touch all people in different ways. Perhaps it was because of his love for the earth. The leader of opposition mentioned here a document called the Laudato Si, a very important document about our care for our common home, which is the earth. And I often listen to him cry out for the earth as our mother and for the harm that we inflict on it because of our irresponsible use and abuse of natural resources. He saw the earth as an environment for our sustenance, but which, because of our greed, we turned into something that we used for our immediate satisfaction and interests. Pope Francis will be remembered as a pope who was simple and yet profound in the way he thought about set doctrines of the church. I was particularly intrigued and followed his discourses about the Lord's Prayer, which I thought were truly meaningful about our relationship with God and about the relationship of God to people and their sins. It could not be said, as he said, that the Lord or God should not lead us into temptation. But his cry was that from temptations. As the English would say, I would like to conclude with enthusiasm that even though the Pope has died, the Pope lives again. I would like to congratulate the Catholic Church upon the election of Pope Leo XIV, and I hope that he will continue in the path that was set by Pope Francis. God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable Mpuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Then Aisha.
I would like to join the Prime Minister in secondment of this special motion in remembrance of the Holy Father departed. Right Honorable Speaker, when Pope Francis visited Uganda on 27th to 30th of May, November 2015, his message had three critical issues for our memory. One is remembrance, because the Ugandan martyrs were a major attraction to his coming. He reminded us to remember their cause, the nature of their sacrifice, and what it reminded us as leaders, Catholics, Ugandans, and all duty bearers, family leaders, et al. Secondly, fidelity as a key message left behind. Fidelity to all manner of vocations. I believe that even our own calling as leaders is a vocation. But do we ever reflect to understand the meaning of what we say, what we do in whichever space, and how it reflects on our scope of fidelity as leaders? The laws we make, the views we bear, the way we try to influence society for posterity, for me, is a very critical message. And then lastly, his insistence on prayer. That a living being must be reminded about prayer, because he knew then and now that human beings have a tendency of receding to prayer. May we use his message in that threesome to understand our duty as leaders in this country.
Thank you, Aisha. And then Doctor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for the record, I'm the Secretary to the Muslim Parliamentary Caucus. Therefore, on behalf of the Muslim community at Parliament, I join colleagues in celebrating the life of the Pope and paying tribute. I would therefore like to support the motion, and I would like to say that the epitome of the Pope's humility is exhibited at that time, when he was asked by some journalist to talk about himself. He referred to him by his real name, George Bagogorio. I said, who is he? And he said, I'm a sinner. Now, a pope that is known to be most holy, to describe himself as a sinner, he lowered himself, the most common man, to tell people that I'm human just like you are. Indeed, his humility was exemplary, and there was a lot to learn from him. If the Pope were to come back here to Uganda, he would have been most disappointed, because the environment, the way he left it when he left here, he's been further degraded. Human rights abuse are the extreme. Respect for human dignity is zero, so he would be very disappointed. So as we mourn him, we should learn more from him, his humility, his interest to not wanting to amass wealth. He never supported the accumulation of primitive wealth to himself. We shall live to remember him, and I pray that the Catholic community, together with the world as a whole, takes lesson from him. Thank you.
One thing I'm sure and I'm aware, that the Pope loved Uganda so much, so much. I had private audience with the Holy Pope 8 times. And the refugee policy in Uganda is what the Pope loved so much. Dr. Lulume.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for moving this motion and everybody's submission. Right Honorable Speaker, I was humbled when I saw a picture of the Pope bowing down to kiss the shoes, say the feet, but they were putting on shoes.
The feet.
Of the President of South Sudan, the Vice President. If a catechist had to bow down just to fasten the shoelaces, my shoelaces, I would faint. But you just imagine a Pope bowing down to African President and Vice President and kissing their shoes. They would have fainted. But that was very big message for them. I don't know what they derive from that kind of action. But I believe that African leaders need to pick a leaf, even after the demise of our Pope. That lesson must continue to live. When the Pope visited us in Uganda, he used a small car, and incidentally, I didn't see escorts. But it was a lesson that God provides the security. I wish we could pick a leaf from that.
I'm offering you to go to the Vatican in the next session. And
Thank you very much, Right Honorable
Speaker. The security in the Vatican. Yes. In the next travel to the Vatican, I'll go with the doctor. Yes. Yes, Gonzaga.
Madam Speaker, also support the motion. Madam Speaker, in the Catholic faith, when a Pope dies, everywhere in the Catholic parishes, bells are rung everywhere. When a new Pope has been announced, it's the same action. And our prayers to you, Madam Prime Minister and the members, is the message of reconciliation that the Pope was promoting. The moment you do that, you are in the hearts of the Pope. That's why the Pope, we don't say may he so rest in peace. We say may he be canonized as a saint. Roma locuta, causa finita. What the Pope says, nobody else should ask. So we pray for reconciliation. The moment we shall achieve that, all the actions he carried out were basing us, training us, teaching us the message of reconciliation. Can you reconcile? Can you reconcile? And you with the rosary, you and I, let us promote reconciliation on both sides. We shall have promoted the message of the Pope.
Thank you. Christine, Francis, Silas, Thomas.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and giving us chance to recognize the works of the Pope. Right Honorable Speaker, the Pope loved the environment so much. And when he came up with the document called Laudato Si, very many countries since 18th June 2015, very many countries have been following up with the documentation to actually develop their laws to govern the management of the environments. Right Honorable Speaker, the Pope reminded us that whether you have money, there had been research that there could be some planets where humans can settle. But from whatever the Pope analyzed, he re-echoed it that all of us, our common home is the earth. Whether they had come up with research that there could be certain planets that could host human beings, he re-echoed it that this is the common place for us. And in that document, it had 7 principles. But he reminded us that the earth also cries. And he called on political leaders to mind about the earth's cries. And also the cries of the poor. Right Honorable Speaker, within the 7 principles of Laudato Si, he reminded us to build the resilience and empowerment of our people. And very many countries that have gone on the directions of the Pope have actually come up with mechanisms to reduce on their emissions, the greenhouse emissions. And in the 10 years, some of the countries can show that after the reference to the Laudato
Francis. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I also support the motion. Right Honourable Speaker, from the teachings of the Pope, he was pro-life, pro-people, and pro-poor. I remember his famous quote, that life is good when you're happy, but life is better when you make other people happy. And for me, that was touching. Right Honourable Speaker, I am also one of the people who have met the Pope many times. But when I got close to him, I would want to tell him that I'm also called Francis. So when I said I am Francis from Uganda, he said, how is the land of the matters? How is the land of the matters? And from then, I started walking to Namugongo. Because I saw how emotional he was talking about the Uganda matters. And of course, every day I walk. But let me tell you, members, there is power in Uganda matters. And those of you who go to Namugongo, even if you walk from here, walk from your home, or just drive there, you see the power of the Uganda matters. Finally, let's not just talk about how he loved Uganda or how good he was. Let's go and live in his footsteps. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Silas, and may he continue to intercede for us.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. First, I would love to convey special condolences to you because the Pope was your special friend. That one everybody in Uganda knows. And really, I know how you feel and how you miss your dear friend. Right Honourable Speaker, for the years that I've been in the Parliament, I have developed a very big connection to the Catholic Church. much as I'm from the Anglican background. These days, I even understand special terms, special words in the Catholic system. For instance, synod and synodality. Right, Honorable Speaker, when we talk about synod, some people may not understand, but it means the gathering of bishops and other stakeholders to discuss matters that affect the church. And the bishop that we are talking about was not a dictator. He is a man who managed to put bishops together and stakeholders of the church together to discuss special matters. And you know, when we talk about synodality, it means the process of working together, listening to each other, discerning the will of God, but not taking upon the will of man. And that is what the Pope was known for. He's a man that will be lived. We shall remember him forever, forever, and forever again. He was a great man. He loved Africa. He loved the world. And I guess if he came back, if he had not passed on, he would have touched my hand as well. The Pope was true Ugandan, based in Italy. May God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Thank you. Thank you. Catherine, Mrs. Angola, Thomas.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to add my voice by thanking our Prime Minister for tabling this motion to pay respect to our dear Pope, who is in heaven already. Right Honourable Speaker, I think the man of God might have reshaped the image of Pope leadership, making it less about power, but more about being a shepherd who walks with the flock he's looking after. Right Honourable Speaker, his personal conduct was unmatched. You can imagine he used to carry his own briefcase. He used to carry it himself. I remember seeing him carrying it. What a kind of person would you want to see in Pope Francis? Right Honourable Speaker, his language of humility would hit you down as a believer. Right Honourable Speaker, he frequently referred himself as a sinner in need of God's mercy. What about us Christians? Let us learn and follow the teachings of Pope Francis, and let us preach unity and love to one another. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Betty? Thomas?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I am a Christian, or Catholic Christian from Lira Diocese. This is what I can say about Pope Francis. He was our head of the Catholic Church in the world. He was a public figure and a world figure, Right Honourable Speaker. What I remember about Pope Francis is that he was always concerned about the poor, about refugees, about climate change. He was always concerned about Catholic projects in the world, which is a very important thing, Right Honourable Speaker. Now, the Pope, as I remember him, and it is very, very important that we speak about him today, we pay this tribute, because he visited Uganda. I remember where he stayed, in Mbuya. As a Catholic, would line up there in the evenings when he gets back to his residence. Would, wave to him. We smile to him. So this tribute is very important, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Pope, when he spoke to leaders, he urged them to work very hard.
Thank you. Thomas?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, as an ex-seminarian, and on behalf of all the ex-seminarians who are here, we are more than 20 here. We have the likes of Musa Sizi, Honorable, Tinkansimire,
Make your presentation.
and so on.
Don't.
On their behalf, and on behalf of the people of Moyo District, I would like to condole with the people of the world. That's the Catholic Church, all the Christians, non-Christians, everybody, for the demise of the Pontiff. We are here to celebrate his legacy and life as a selfless person who fought hard for peace, unity, development, who fought hard for humanity. He fought for harmony, dialogue, democracy, and encouraged consensus when there are other contentious issues related to leadership and governance in the world. And I really vividly remember him for his Latin words like labor non verbe, work not words. Ad futuro edificamus, we build for the future. Si insti et inste, cur non ego, if others can, why not I? Very good. So please, I remember him for that. And lastly, he says about the timing. Tempus est pecunia. Time is money. So we have to work hard and catch up with the time. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate the Catholic fraternity for electing a new Pope in the names of Pope Leo the 14th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Faith?
Right Honorable Speaker, I also join colleagues to condole with the entire Catholic community globally upon the passing of Pope Francis. As they have already mentioned, his humility stood out. I want to testify that in the manner in which Pope Francis carried himself, he made the Catholic Church more admirable. There are people who had stopped praying but resumed in the reign of Pope Francis. The numbers grew. If the statisticians know, they can compute better. There are people in my community who got received in this season in the Catholic faith because of the manner, the humility was excessive. If the statisticians knew how to count, they would already tell us that the numbers of the Catholics in Uganda have increased, not just because people are producing, but because the Catholic faith is more admirable in this time. It's a lesson that we carry on. The other thing I admire about the life of Pope Francis was a time when he took to give an apology to the indigenous Canadians on behalf of the atrocities of the past, of colonial atrocities that happened in the schools. For a person of a pope to even apologize, it's not easy. It's a lesson that we will carry on as leaders, that even for the crimes that have been committed by those who came before us, by the people, we should be able to take responsibility. It helps the country, it helps the world to heal. So the life of Pope Francis is lessons for us who are still living. I pray that we get a little portion of his humility and how.
Thank you, Sam. Sam, Honorable Order, and finally.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate Madam Prime Minister for this motion. The life of the late Pontiff was a remarkable one, that we who are his followers, I picked one thing, Madam Speaker. When my Bishop of Little Diocese returned from the Vatican, I thought he had brought something very special. So I visited him, and he told us Pope Francis requested that we should pray for him. And I thought we needed him to pray for us. And I asked myself many questions. Madam Speaker, the spirit and the humility in the person of the Pope was a good lesson that all of us should look at and follow. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Onda. Whenever you ask Pope Francis to pray for you, he would equally tell you, pray for me too.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank Right Honorable Prime Minister for the motion, and I have supported this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, Pope Francis is known for his humility, accessibility, compassionate leadership style. He is also recognized for his strong communication skills and his commitment to social justice and environmental stewardship leadership that he offered to the world. Right Honorable Speaker, Pope Francis showed a gesture of interfaith dialogue, and he demonstrated it by visiting many mosques. He was in Qatar, he went to Abu Dhabi, he was in Indonesia, and whenever he goes and he enters the church, the mosque, and he joins the Muslims and pray together. There's a lot that we can learn from that. Right Honorable Speaker, really, we are all one people before God. Therefore, whichever the house of God you go to, Pope Francis showed us that we all believed in one God. Thank you.
Thank you, and that can be witnessed on the day of his burial. All the other religions were given to pray for his soul. Mama Mabenjina.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank God that I've been able to come to Parliament today when there is very important order paper about paying the tribute to the late Pope Francis. I thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister for bringing the motion, and I want to strongly support it. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, we will all agree that Pope Francis was very, very unique in all his ways. In 2016, when the late Pope Francis came to Uganda, there was a very, very heavy rain before he prayed for us in Namugongo. And I remember we walked through and through the rain up to Namugongo, and we had to spend the night there in the water in order to attend his prayer the following day. And so, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, I didn't have the opportunity of meeting him many times like other colleagues, but I want to say how happy I am that in 2021, just before COVID-19 came, I was one of the people who was nominated to go to Rome to go and meet Pope Francis, because we were going as the Life Ascending International, and also in Uganda here we have Life Ascending Uganda, and this is an association of the older persons. And so I want to thank my Diocese of Nebi for supporting me and giving me.
Alabtong, Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to join my colleagues in paying tribute to His Holiness the late Pope Francis for the great things and the great lessons that we've learned from him. From him, we've learned the values of universal love and courage, Specifically, Right Honorable Speaker, what touched me most was that act of humility when he knelt down and kissed the feet of President Salva Kiir and the leader of opposition. And I think as a leader and also as leaders, we pick a great lesson of great humility from a great man that has been honored by the whole world. And I pray that his memory should help us to know and to have concrete actions and picking lessons of peace and reconciliation from this great man of God. And I'd like therefore to thank the Catholic fraternity for electing the new Pope, Pope Leo XIV, and we pray that may the legacy of Pope Francis continue to live forever in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sarah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
There's a motion.
Right Honorable Speaker. No.
There's a motion by Santa.
No. But let's
me
complete. Can I complete? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for dedicating time to discuss this very important subject matter of our dear Pope, whom I was privileged to meet physically twice in the Vatican. I will speak about two things. One that has not been spoken about, Right Honorable Speaker. When we met him, he told us to desist and ensure that we preach peace. War, he detested war, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to quote, because I still have his speech that he made to us when we visited him. He said, as legislators, we must know that war is a failure of politics and of humanity, and a shameful capitulation, a stinging defeat before the forces of civil. He actually told us, Right Honorable Speaker, that the only war that we must fight is war against evil. And if corruption is evil, let us fight it. If homosexuality is evil, let us fight it. If we feel anything is evil, let us fight it. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, this gallant son also, Right Honorable Speaker, recognized the women. The leadership of women was one thing that he did recognize, and I want to state, Right Honorable Speaker, that he actually appointed Sister Simona Brambilla, a nun, as the first woman prefect of the Vatican, overseeing religious orders. Right Honorable Speaker, other notable women that he appointed, in the interest of time, was Sister Natalie Bakwet as Under Secretary of the Synod of Bishops. He also, Right Honorable Speaker, appointed Sister Rafaela Pretina as the President of the Pontifical Commission. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Can I conclude?
Right
Honorable Speaker.
Pope was a man of everybody, for children, for the poor, for the church, and we are happy that he now recognizes the women in top leadership of the Catholic Church. And you will always remember him for his humility, the simplicity, and love for humanity. He was a peacemaker. He served with all the dignity, and he will leave the precious legacy. And he declared 2025 as a year of jubilee, and let's remain positive in everything that we do. Yes, there's a motion.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, everything good has been mentioned about the late Pope Francis. I now move that we close the debate. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, thank you. Seconded. Seconded by Militon, Aisha, Nyamutoro, by the mover, the Prime Minister, by Finance. Honorable members, I now put a question that the House pays growing tribute to His Holiness, the late Pope Francis, the Supreme Pontiff of the Catholic Church and the Sovereign of the State of the Vatican City, for his selfless and dedicated service to the Catholic Church and to humanity in the world. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Aye. The ayes have it. I'll now instruct the clerk to extract the resolution and transmit it to the church, to the Pope Nuncio, the Papal Nuncio of Uganda. That will be transmitted thereafter to the Vatican. We want to thank you, Pope Nuncio, so much with your team for coming over to Parliament of Uganda. And as Parliament of Uganda, we will dearly miss Pope Francis, but at the same time we are consoled that we have the new Pope. Yes, Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I want to thank you for having supported my motion. However, I feel it necessary that I also give a congratulatory message to His Holiness Pope Leo the 14th. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, on behalf of the government of Uganda, I would like to congratulate His Holiness Pope Leo the 14th upon becoming the new Supreme Pontiff of the Catholic Church and Sovereign of the Vatican City. Pope Leo the 14th, over the years, has been a leader in various positions in the church. He has always been promoting love, harmony, and humility, among other things. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable